Check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Check 1 2 2 2 2 2. Check 1 2. Hey 1 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 2 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Hey. Check 1 2 2 2 1 2. Hey. Check 1 2 1 2 2. Check 1 1 2 2 2 2. Check 1 2 2 2 2 1 2. Hey. Check 1 2 2 2 1 2. Hey 1 2. Check 1 2 2 2 1 2. Hey 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2. Hey 1 2 2 2. Check 1 2 2 2.
ask for answers of questions,
and gentlemen, we'll begin shortly. Please be seated. Also, a request, no hot beverages inside the Audi. Humble request, guys. And I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this conference so that, please keep your phones on silent mode so that it doesn't interrupt our speaker, or even you should not miss out on any insightful information. So yes, another request. We'll begin shortly in another minute or two, just waiting for more folks to join in so that they don't miss out on any insights. Thank you.
Oh, okay, okay. Sure, sure, sure. So where is that display timer?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. MLDS is one of the biggest Machine Learning Developers Summit 2025. It's one of our 7th edition. Uh, uh, First, we start with what MLDS is. So for that, we'll need to have a short intro video. So I would ask my folks to play the intro video here.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
That was lovely. Thank you very much, folks. As you all know, we have parallel tracks featuring keynotes, tech talks, and workshops happening simultaneously in Audi 1 and Audi 3. To ensure, check them out and join the sessions there as well. MLDS stands as India's biggest GenAI summit for developers, bringing together the top minds and practitioners in artificial intelligence. Over the next 2 days, we'll explore groundbreaking innovations in AI, deep dive into real-world applications, and witness the transformative impact of AI in various industries. Thank you all for being here. We are excited to have an incredible lineup of speakers, and we can't wait to get started. Now, before we start with the session, let me quickly make some announcements for you. We are excited to announce our fun and engaging series of activities, Code Grace, happening every day in Audi 1 from 1 p.m. Don't miss out on the chance to participate, have fun, and win some amazing goodies. We are also running some off-stage activities in the open learning area located in the lobby. Get ready to join our thrilling code sprints and grab your chance to win some fantastic goodies. Don't miss out on all the fun. For everyone eagerly waiting, the 40 Under 40 Data Scientist Award, here's a quick update. The ceremony is happening tomorrow in Audi 1, starting at 2:30 p.m. Make sure to join us for this special event. Now, moving on to also a massive announcement. Shout out to our incredible sponsors. A big thank you to Genpact and Mathco, the powerhouses making MLDS 2025 as this year's title sponsors. Let's also extend our gratitude to our AI partner, Google Cloud. A special thanks to our platinum sponsor, EY. Our gold sponsors are Analytics. This conference wouldn't be same without your invaluable contributions. Thank you all for being a part of MLDS 2025. Also, don't miss out, our sponsors are showcasing their innovative products at the booth in the booth energy efficiency and sustainability leveraging AI. The session is about turning insights into energy security and a path to autonomous building. Just give me 1 second here. I need one sheet. Thank you. To give this talk, we have Vice President of OpenBlue India at Johnson's Control, driving AI-powered smart building solutions, a thought leader, and a board member. He has held leadership roles at Honeywell and holds multiple certifications in leadership and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, put
Right? So gone are the days where we had legacy buildings, standalones, no sensors, no data collected or whatnot. And then we moved to connected buildings maybe 15, 20 years ago. We have a simple dashboard and optimize for energy. You collect energy parameters. And then two or more systems manually getting integrated, right? And then we moved on to smart buildings where it is becoming more intelligent, highly coordinated. And also AI was emerging 5, 6 years ago. There have been FDD, fault detection and diagnostics, rule-based AI, and now we are in the era of data-driven AI. So AI has been existing for a while, and most building systems integrated with discovery and also some of the cloud integrations. So that is how the smart building got evolved, and now we are somewhere here from an industry perspective. Now with the advent of AI and agentic AI, etc., we are into autonomous buildings, which means there are autonomous workflows. We can really look at with human in the loop and without human in the loop. We'll look at it, what has been our journey, and also advanced AI, really looking at now with during COVID and post-COVID, it's very, very important to maintain the indoor air quality as well, right? There's a comfort set point. There's also another area where we need to manage energy costs. It's a delicate balance. So that is why advanced AI also come into picture. And then how does a building can learn and adapt? Like we learn and adapt to various technologies. Can buildings listen to the data, what it's able to sensorize, and then adapt to itself? And all systems, depending upon what type of building, either it's on-site or on cloud. So far, is it okay if I'm too fast or too slow? Please raise your hand so that I can adjust myself. So far, are we good? Okay. Now, why we wanted to have this topic today and why we wanted to discuss net zero energy efficiency, it's very, very important. If you really look at, buildings contribute nearly 40% of the global emissions, right? We know, we have wildfires in LA, we have snow in Dallas, and similarly in India, different parts of the world, unpredictable weather conditions, all because of climate change, and major contributors are these carbon emissions. And today, what we are talking about is only one subset of overall emissions. And that is buildings. Buildings contribute 40% of the emissions, right? Even if we try to address this, I think we will have a significant movement in our journey towards net zero and making our planet more sustainable. And all can be accelerated and done through digital solutions, leveraging the data and the AI. And with the trifecta of efficiency, here we are talking about energy efficiency, and then electrification and digitalization. So we can slash carbon and operating costs. So this is why this topic is more important, not only within this auditorium, but we as community, how leveraging AI, we can solve world problems so that we can make our planet much better. And for future generations to come, we give them a healthier environment to live. Now there are several definitions of AI. We will also go through what it is. So AI means different things to different people. So there are several definitions. You chat GPT it, you Google search it, you Perplexity AI. There are several going on. So what has been our experience is have a maniacal focus on the what. Once we understand the problem, then there are several areas of how to solve it. So focus on what, not the how to start with. That has been our experience. And I have a couple of my colleagues also with me, Pragati and Gaurav from Johnson Controls. At the end, you can be able to interact. Now, so AI revolution, it has not been an evolution, it has been a revolution. The things are changing so fast, we discussed. So it's a machine's ability to perform cognitive functions which usually associate with human minds. We all know this. You guys are experts in that. I need not define that. But what's happening is it has the potential to reshape the global economy and also really look at how it's going to impact the labor market, right? So that's very, very important. In this case, for example, a technician inside a building who is going to maintain your chiller. So you're able to have a comfortable seating here because somebody else is maintaining the air conditioning in this building, right? So how is his or her life is going to change with advent of AI? And then AI has become an integral part of daily lives. And then global spending, $300 billion. We don't even know how many $billion, right? There are several research reports suggesting, and also can solve really hard aspirational problems, right? So we need to have smart space offerings. So what one of the Gartner report says by 2026, the smart space application will have 60% of AI features on the edge devices. It could be a smart devices or a industrial rugged devices, depending upon where you guys are working on. And by 2027, 80% of urban commercial real estate buildings will become energy positive, right? So all these are bold statements, easier to say, tough to do. And by 2030, 80% of smart space solutions will support renewable energy supply management, right? All these are nice statements, nice research reports any consulting companies can give. But to be pragmatic, we do have concerns. Number one, the trust and traceability of data, right? This is just not business data. This is about data about the buildings, the occupants of a building. We need to ensure the privacy is protected, etc. And security of the building and individual data, right? You just imagine data center as a building, right? We are hosting customer data, whether it's a data center or your GCCs or your IT service providers. How do we ensure both the IT network and OT networks are secure, right? Role of human operators in the paradigm of AI-driven system. Should we have in the loop? Should we not in the loop? Right? So just for an example, the surgery is going on within a hospital, right? Can we afford to be in full autonomous mode? It's scary, right? Even with human intervention, because of lack of proper moisture and air conditioning, several operations fail, right? So it depends on what type of building, what type of energy we really wanted to use. And new skill sets and system integrations required to make effective use of AI. Now, in the context of smart buildings, we just wanted to focus on what it means, right? Again, I'm aware that we are in Machine Learning Summit. We are talking about data and AI. I'll soon come into this. Obviously, data-driven. Why we have put this is so obvious, right? I mean, you may say, hey, Siva, what are you talking about? I mean, we all know we are techno geeks. We know everything is data. But in the world of industrial IoT, there are non-data driven AI as well, which is rule-based, which is FTD, fault detection and diagnostic based. Now we are talking about data-driven approaches, time series measurements, images, text, etc., and also respond to different inputs and different outputs as well. And then automated, works automatically without constant manual intervention. Please note, without constant manual intervention, which means depending upon the criticality, at times we need manual intervention as well. And then possibly with a human in the loop. And third is, it is capable, right? As good as or even better than the human ability. That's when the end customers will realize the value. Otherwise, if you're going to sell, hey, I have an AI-driven solution, can you take it? They will ask, okay, is it going to be cheaper, faster, better, or employee experience is going to be better? That's the question they're going to ask. And goes beyond conventional procedures or methods. And at the end of the day, it should be beneficial, repeatable, positive outcomes to the end users, and also so more efficiently and cheaper than alternative methods. Are we on same page? Is speed okay? Now, most of you come from reputed organizations or startups. Any AI program or a product development shall anchor upon core principles. So from a smart building context, this is one point of view where we say, hey, choose the right algorithm for the right application. We may not really look at a best of breed algorithms, but what best fits the need to solve a particular use case. Number two, support existing control systems and augment new deployments, because all of your sensors and industrial IoT devices, it has to work with the control systems, and then on top of it, all your cloud and AI layer comes in. So it has to co-mingle with the existing control system. That is very important. And third one, deliver capabilities, because technically speaking, we can do everything, right? But we only have limited capacity, whether you are in a pod structure or scrum teams or whatnot, but based upon the business priority and value driven for which the customer is willing to pay, we need to pick and choose what we are trying to develop. And then keep humans always in control and optimally in loop, and then collect feedback and continuous learning and improvement. So these are the core principles with which we are discussing about autonomous buildings leveraging AI. Now, our perspective, I talked about just earlier. So should we have human in the loop? Should we have full automation? It's not and or either or. It depends upon the type of applications, right? So when human in the loop is needed, I mean, be very concise on the generative AI summary, and then backed by the quantitative data, and recommend what actions that human in the loop can take. Otherwise, if we flood them with data, they may even ignore. For example, there are going to be n number of alerts saying that, hey, your temperature is shot up. That maintenance technician sees it every day for almost a year, right? They may say, okay, and not a problem at all. So it's very, very important to be very concise and actionable recommendations to be given. Those things can be preferred for high risk, low frequency application. And when we go for full automation, within constraints, because we need to put the boundaries, we cannot just say, hey, you do whatever you want. At the same time, with active monitoring and support overrides as a fallback mechanism. So this can be deployed to low risk and high frequency application, right? We will take one example each when we talk about in which scenario we can really deploy what kind of automation, right? For example, in hospital, when a particularly surgery is going on, we don't want to get into full automation mode at all, right? Maybe when a cricket match is going on in a stadium which has both indoor and outdoors, maybe you can go for this, right? I mean, anyway, you're going to sweat depending upon which city it's getting played upon. So there you can afford to do full automation, just as an example, right? So we need to pick and choose the type of energy, the type of building, and the type of audience we are looking at. So let the user change the modes based on the preference so that we empower the end user, and also automatically suggest switching modes based upon the choices and outcomes. So this is where that AI and generative AI comes in. How do we generate those contextual specific recommendations to the end user? Now, so any new technology or any new projects has its own risks, right? And without taking risk, I don't think so India, a startup ecosystem, would have had so many unicorns, etc. So we are demonstrating our intelligent risk-taking ability. So this chart is very important to understand. Let's acknowledge there are risks, and how do we really look at in what scenarios, what type of risk we can take. So risk on the y-axis low to high, and the frequency on x-axis low to high, right? Guardrails balance action frequency while allowing for user intervention. So if the risks are high and the frequency is low, keep human in the loop to validate actions, which we discussed in the previous slide. If the risk is kind of medium, let user choose between manual and automated mode depending upon the context. And then when low risk, high frequency, adjust automatically, but always have an override option, which is the manual disable. And then avoid AI for now when risks are too high and frequency is also high. And then configure bounds and active monitoring, right? These are all the generic guidelines. Coming to the specifics, what use cases? Let's say you want to plan for long-term sustainability goals, like some of the hyperscalers did. So always high risk involvement, right? So first they said 2030, now they're telling no, 2040. By the time the new president of US came in, they're withdrawing from Paris Agreement. There's so much risk involved, right? So that's when you'll have to choose this. And people and amenities for optimal space utilization, we need to be very careful, because this is not just business data. This could be impactful to the occupants' lives of the building. Whereas medium risk, temperature setback, intelligent lighting management, and then curtailment of demand response events, etc. Let's say during Mlds event, the demand of energy could be high because several thousand people are attending. On other days, it could be lesser. So those things we can handle it here. And particularly high risk, high frequency, safety critical application and regulatory control loops. And then on the other side, typical high frequency, low risk would be AHU, temperature reset, water side, and alarm management. Now we talked about what are all the risks. So now let's come to across the building life cycle, what opportunities we have, right? When we construct a building, either greenfield or brownfield, we construct, we commission, we monitor, we control, we maintain, and then we do some retrofits, right? This is the typical life cycle. But today what we are going to focus is on the operation side. What are all the possibilities? How can we drive efficiencies and drive net zero leveraging AI, right? So personalization, build ask me anything for accessing insights. Instead of the technician going and clicking the data and saying that what it is, how do we make them more user-friendly? And also have a chatbot. These are all common things which everybody would have worked, but autonomous for comfort, right? Depending upon your comfort setting, depending upon what environment you are in and the weather condition outside, how do you enable that autonomous feature? That's very, very important. And then post-COVID, indoor air quality has become very, very important, not just from a comfort perspective, but also from a health perspective, right? So how do you really look at the occupants' comfort level vis-a-vis the facility manager's goal to control cost by controlling the energy? It's a delicate balance. So that is where your optimization algorithm and AI comes into picture, give recommendations to us. And then autonomous smart facility management, particularly having tech support and also automated workflows, etc. And then particularly huge chillers for such a large facility, we really need to look at how we can optimize those. So these are all the opportunities what we are going to focus. But apart from that, there are other opportunities as well, both during retrofit and construction and commissioning phases. But why we are not looking at is, these are called design time, right? Design time opportunities, but what we are focusing now is during operation time activities. Okay, thanks to all the consulting companies here, Gartner, KPMG, Deloitte. Sorry for, it's a bit blurred. But what we are trying to do is, what is the AI maturity model for building technologies, right? So phase one, I mean, some of the customers who are owners of commercial estate building, they are not digitally savvy yet. They try to kind of say, okay, I'm AI aware, I don't want to take much risk, let me do a pilot. And then they look at some efficiencies, let's say 50%, low to moderate data quality, etc. And then phase three is where they really deploy AI to really generate operational efficiencies. And all these are not PowerPoint slides or theories. As we speak, there are companies, including us and others, who have deployed these solutions in India, for example, within Bangalore, for large commercial real estate buildings. So, and they are able to generate savings, right? And then phase four is AI-driven business transformation. How do we build the cost savings and high complexity and data security requirements? And then now we are somewhere here between these two, if you will, but long way to go in terms of fully autonomous. Should we go is another question. Now we talked about, hey, these are all the risks, these are all the market opportunities, etc. But how do we crystallize, okay, what should we do, right? How do we go about? So this is where we are talking about using AI is becoming the new normal. If we don't use AI, then we become abnormal. So that's the world we are living in, right? So ChatGPT AI as co-pilot has become pervasive, exponential explosion of data, industry beginning to productionize AI. So I just wanted to have a quick question. How many of, what is the hit rate of your models which is going to production? Let's say you develop 10 models. How many of the models are going to production? Any idea? How many of you say all the models I developed have gone to production? 100%? Anybody? Okay. At least 50% of the models which I develop are going to production and is being used. Anybody? Right? So, yeah, so very few, right? So, because we are still in an early stage, I mean, ability to take risk and maturity is also, we are getting there. So that's why it's very important to understand, yes, we are getting to productionize AI, but we need to accelerate it. And today, whether it really gives value or not, both at a board level and shareholders level, AI is becoming a business imperative. Now, in order to do this, what all we can impact? The end consumer or customer experience, our internal workforce productivity, not just our knowledge workers, but also the brown-collared workers in the maintenance rooms, intelligent products like smart autonomous buildings, and AI-enabled services. Now, data strategy, you all know, is enabler for AI capabilities. We need not deliberate there. But value management is very, very important. Why most of the models are not going to production and hit rate is pretty still low? Because we as tech community, we wanted to do more. But when we go to a CFO or a venture capitalist and pitch saying that, hey, this is what I'm doing, and that's it. Within 5 minutes, the conversation gets over because the articulation of value is very, very critical and tough to do. So that's very, very important. Value-based AI reinvention addressing core business initiatives. Now, so we all would have heard and talked about within our organization and startups, okay guys, all this slide strategy, risks and all is okay, but what is the outcome? So here we're going to share a few examples of what we have done during our work life for our end customers. This is where we are talking really about AI and how we have deployed it. Right? Optimize the performance of buildings with measurable outcomes in 4 dimensions: energy efficiency and sustainability, space, internal space and well-being and productivity, and operational efficiency of the equipments, because all your equipment like chillers, etc., are capital intensive, and we need to do our best to extend the life of it. And then security, safety, and compliance. Yeah, so what are all the autonomous capabilities we are looking at design and control intelligence level, operational recommendations, autonomous control panel, workflow-powered SOP engines, and occupation-facing generative AI, right, which is very, very important. And at a continuous learning and optimization level, we are looking at energy and carbon prediction improvements, chiller plant, air side optimization, clean air optimization, and most importantly, worker safety monitoring in an industrial building scenario. Building connectivity, configuration, AI-powered workflow, I mean, these are common, no need of, these are fundamentals. Now, the same thing in a different lens we have put in. Now let's get into the real crux of the topic, right? So how do we predict energy use and demand with consumption of thresholds and alerts? So this is a live example in one of our customer side. There are also other solutions available. Here what we are really doing is use the data of the utilities from the buildings and use RNNs and LSTMs to really predict what the energy demand is. And why LSTM? You all know that. So we are dealing with time series data here. And LSTMs are very good in handling the temporal aspects of it. How do you take a chunk of data, time series data, a long sequence, and through the memory capacity what they have for extended period of time, how can they remember it? For example, let's say Mlds event is happening in Siemens, and today the energy demand could be peaked up, right? How do they understand that time series event with peaks and troughs? So that's why LSTM really, really differentiate. There are other algorithms also, but LSTM for this use case, we found it very, very useful, particularly handling the temporal dimensions as well. And when we set the consumption threshold, and what happens is we tend to predict based upon the outdoor weather conditions and the occupancy of this building and the baseline data. So this is how the prediction comes in, and using generative AI, we filter those based upon what prompt the technician wants to really look at. We apply algorithms and then recommend vital few actions so that they can, once they take, they're able to predict the energy usage and thereby reduce the energy bills. So this is very, very important, and we have deployed for about across the globe for 10 to 12 large customers, and each one of them having the portfolio of buildings across the globe. So first, set consumption threshold, inspect energy use by floor, and use floors based on data. Not just the building, but also at a floor level, all based on data. The next one is, we also have something called Net Zero Advisor, because it's very, very important both for the technical maintenance person and also the facility manager who is in charge of the operational cost, to recommend them how do we achieve net zero. So we adopt 2 techniques here. So we do something called lean energy analysis using inverse model. What it does is, number 1, looks at the historical utility data and then say, this is where you are today. Right, using regression model and inversion model, we build that out. And then secondly, what it also tells is, okay, based upon your historical data, how your peer buildings, your building's neighborhood based upon data available from the data service providers, how do you benchmark yourself? So this is step number 2. Right? So that's where this net zero advisor really comes into picture, not only looking inside ourselves, but also benchmarking with other buildings in and around. And thirdly, it really recommends what are all the energy saving opportunities or projects available. And then once that is done, then using generative AI, converting into natural language, in a language that is easily understandable by the persona, which is technician here, it says, these are all the projects to be taken. So this is where and how we really apply AI and generative AI in a specific use case to solve the end customer problem. I know there are many people waiting, so it's just going to take another 10 minutes. Thank you for your patient listening. We'll just keep going. Now, I also talked about, in addition to energy efficiency and sustainability, it's very important, particularly in today's day and age, how do we balance the indoor air quality, right? So which in turn has the indirect impact on the quality of air and the sustainability as well. Here what we use physics-based modeling, which has been there for several decades, where we talk about how the airflow has to be from the ducts so that it can retain certain amount of moisture or humidity, etc. Or in a semiconductor kind of manufacturing, there are micron, millidust particle kind of environment. So there are physics-based modeling available. But here what we are talking about is, how do we really look at a data-driven approach whereby we take the heat generated by all of us, right? So when so many human beings are inside that, there are sources of heat, and also there are equipments like these displays which also generates heat. So take this data as well and also compare it with the source of other heat available from the HVAC equipments, and then really using machine learning methods correlate with the outdoor weather temperature, and then come out with a recommendation really filtering out, because there could be certain points where your comfort could be compromised. Let's say if I blow too much of air, then you might fight cold. If I turn off the AC, then there would be air circulation, right? We have certain constraints on comfort. While retaining the comfort level, how do we optimize the energy? So that is where the machine learning models comes into picture. It analyzes and correlates the data between the occupants, the occupancy, the external weather conditions, and the internal utilization of the data, and then recommends, hey, how do we bring in the indoor air quality? And that's where you will see it's not that visible. So you will see the left on what is the simulated condition, and then 3 recommendations with how do you balance cost versus comfort. So system triggered optimization and measure the energy savings. So finally, we do have 6 minutes. We'll have some time for Q&A. So autonomous controls, energy optimization. This is where I talked about in the previous slide. We are moving slowly from smart to autonomous. When we had a voice of a customer study, we said, okay, generative AI, do prompt engineering, but the technician and the basement, they didn't want to do prompt at all. So they want to eliminate the prompt engineering itself. So that's where we thought about, okay, we talk about generative AI, we say prompt engineering, but they don't want to do that. So that's when it made us to think, how do we move from smart to autonomous, of course, with guardrails and controls in place, and then see how do we establish a workflow and actuate those actions recommended so that we can move into autonomous building. This we have to be very careful. We are in an early stage, but we are able to realize with 2 weeks in autonomous mode in Bangalore, in one of the large commercial estate, we were able to save 12,000 rupees. I know it's very small, but we have to be very careful in the autonomous mode based upon the type of building we are looking at. So we have optimized zone transition, system occupied or whatnot. We have several indicators: comfort, too hot, too cold, too dirty. and also AI-based temperature predictions and KPI cards. So the key thing to note is there are two modes. Either an advisory mode where you won't have any benefits realized because it just recommends, and then the end user, the customer can decide whether to take action or not, depending upon the risk profile. The second one is the auto mode, which is the command mode. It has command and control. That's what I was talking about. When it is in auto mode, then the value and the energy savings can be realized, right? So this is all I had for today. So this is how the value keeps building in the smart building and autonomous building space, leveraging AI and the building management system data and the utility data. And once the value is generated, then the adoption becomes better. And the spaces and places are opening up with new possibilities. With that, I will pause, open for Q&A. And before we start the Q&A, easy questions for me, anything tough questions for my colleagues out there, Pragati and Gaurav who are sitting here. I hope the pace was okay. I didn't go too fast or too slow. So any questions, anything related to, yeah, please. Yeah. Yes.
Is recommending to apply these set points.
Yeah.
But they are very hesitant
Yes.
in doing so.
Yes.
I just wanted to know what has been your experience in convincing the customers, because from our side, what we eventually ended up doing was showing them that in real life, these models actually work with an actual demonstration.
Yeah, yeah.
So what has your experience been in that field?
Yeah, very good question. Two types of audience, right? One, you interact with the consumer, which is the persona here, the technician. I mean, they don't want to do anything because the first thing what we have observed is, okay, by bringing this, is my job go away, right? Because what we have done in the boardroom with all the CFOs and the economic buyer who signs the check is, okay, by doing this, you can eliminate the labor and thereby your your savings are achieved, right? So that's why we need to anchor on the core principles. Whatever solution we are providing, it has to be human augmented. And what we do is a lot of change management has to happen from the solution provider like us, and also from their management saying that, hey, this is the journey we are going through. These are all the benefits you will get, and you will become more digitally savvy and upskill yourself. It's not a switch. It takes a lot of time, sometimes weeks, sometimes month. Once their technician understands that, yes, this is my aha moment, then the adoption comes in and they become the evangelist to the rest of the technicians to adopt. But that is a very, very crucial point where both the management at the customer side and we solution providers have to come together and convince that the technician community. Otherwise, we may have a great solution with zero adoption, which we don't want to have it. Yeah, we are facing the similar challenges. It's a slow, gradual change management which we need to take it through. Any other questions on this side, to my right? Yeah?
Hello. So this is Pawan, work at Fiserv. I've got a very stupid, funny kind of a use case, but I thought I'll ask it nonetheless.
Please.
One of the simplest questions that I always have when I go into a toilet, into any professional space, is that which is the bathroom that's the most cleanest?
Okay.
Is that a use case that is being solved? Have you heard about it in the industry? I really want to know, because I think it's a billion-dollar industry that is waiting to be conquered.
Yeah. I mean, yes, we are seeing such type of use cases, not necessarily in India geography, but in the Middle East. We are solving problems for a large bank customer in Middle East, because this also, technically it is solvable, but economically is it affordable is what we are looking at. But yes, as we speak in Abu Dhabi, there's a large banking customer building where already these things are being solved. This is one use case in a pharma industry. Let's say in a hospital patient care, they wanted to control the blinds through IIoT, right? And we cannot have the patient or the caretaker to say, go get up and switch, etc. Right? So that's why in a single pane of glass, not only we provide dashboards, but it does have command and control features whereby at one click you will be able to control it. Yeah, we have 12 seconds. Any last questions?
Yeah. Hi, Shivakumar. Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, to your right.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm Karthik from Johnson & Johnson.
Okay.
Very simple question, actually. So these things which you have mentioned, how difficult it would be for implementing on existing buildings?
Yeah.
And second thing is, how much adoption could be there for the residential side also? Like now it's on the commercial side.
Yes.
On the residential side also, how much of acceptance could be there?
Yeah. So first, yeah, time is up, but I'll keep it brief. We can discuss maybe later. So on a brownfield kind of a setup, it's that most time-consuming part is the data configuration. You have set of all buildings, your BIM models and your digital twin kind of stuff. How do we get that converted into data structure? You need it in your platform. So that's the most time-consuming, which we are going through right now. There are several startups trying to address it. So it will take easily weeks to months. So that's number one. But residential space, we do have certain premium residential properties where similar type of things are evolved, but there's a fee to pay. So in certain segment, in certain geographies, yes, it is possible and it's already there, but this cannot be for masses because it's going to cost. With that, thank you for your patient hearing and thanks for the second reminder, Purvi.
Looks to be an enormous amount of data requirement when you internally make a profile of how much heat is generated and which is the source is generated. So does it need that we have to put many extra sensors like IR cameras and image processing techniques to get the overall data at each point, how much heat we are generating, how much heat we are going out? Or it is possible to use this solution with existing sensors without doing any hardware modification?
Yeah, good question. Our experience and my personal recommendation would be just good enough data is important because the more sensors you're going, the more data points coming in, there are more outliers, there are more spikes. We'll spend effort to kind of massage it and make it cleaner. Just enough data, whatever we have existing, once we realize the value, then we can additional sensorization and additional data, and then we can improvise on it. But going big bang approach, putting lot of devices and collecting more data is not going to actually solve the problem. I would say in an agile methodology, iterative methodology, with existing data, generate the value and then improve upon it. That has been our experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Siva. That was lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is a workshop. So we will have this QR code on the screen here. Request you all to scan the QR code and register yourself to get some Google credits. Yeah? Right, so I hope everyone has registered yourself to get some Google credits. All right, the next session of the day is a workshop on building real-time application with Gemini Multimodal Live API. This workshop is a hands-on guide to Google's Gemini Multimodal Live API, teaching real-time app development with vision, with audio, interaction. It also covers enterprise implementation with Vertex AI. To present this workshop, we have Gopaladhar, an AI engineer at Google Cloud, and Lavi Nigam, developer relationship engineer at Google Cloud. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Gopala and Lavi.
All right. I hope all of you guys can hear me. Perfect. So today's session is going to be hopefully very interesting. I am Gopala. I'll be presenting this session along with Lavi. He's a super awesome colleague of mine, and we'll both be kind of helping you out. Anything you need in this session, you can reach out to me or Lavi. I work as an AI engineer, and Lavi is also a machine learning engineer at Google Cloud. So the name of the session is Building Real-Time Applications with Gemini Multimodal Live API. Now, a show of hands, how many of you have interacted with or seen demos of Gemini Multimodal Live? You know, the one where you can talk to it? A lot of people, all right. So the intent of this entire session is ideally supposed to be with laptops, but it's fine even if you don't have one. We will go through it and kind of will try to showcase the work, what we want to showcase, even if you don't have a laptop. So here's our names and here's the intro slide. This is not working, no worries. All right, so the agenda here is twofold today. We will show how do we use the Dev API to establish WebSockets, and then we will also see how do we build an enterprise applications using Vertex AI. So Vertex AI is Google Cloud's enterprise offering, wherein it's like a one-stop shop where you can build end-to-end AI and machine learning applications. Right, but before we move on to that, there's a quick thing that I want to do. I want all of you guys to open this URL and sign up for some credits. It's quite straightforward. Just the one thing that I would request you to do is that sign up with your personal email. Do not use your corporate IDs. Just use your personal email once again. It's for your own learning purposes. You have a couple of dollars worth of credits for this particular session. All right, I'll just take you through the next slides. So when you, first of all, all of you can kind of sign that, yeah. All right. No worries, it's fine. Okay, so we'll move to the next session, next slide. This is the screen that you should be greeted with. You need to sign in with Google, and then, of course, when you sign in with Google, use your personal email. Do not use corporate, all right? So once you do that, you should see a similar page where it says get access to your credits. You should see an amount of $5. And then once you do that, you need to kind of agree. This is for all of the attendees here today. You can go back home and experiment with this. I mean, this you don't have to do. Then you'll kind of create a Google Cloud project. Click to create a project and click on a new project. Fill in the name. And you need to select the trial billing account. If you're doing it with your phone, that's perfectly fine. You can use your phone to do this as well. I will show you step by step how to kind of do this. Right, let me just show you how to do this. So for example, if I go to this URL, yeah, so I've already kind of done it with my personal. I will click here to get credits. All right, accept and continue. Okay, it says credit successfully applied. Then we just wait for a couple of seconds. Applied, you can see that you're billing this. You can just go ahead and create a new project. It just says over here, how do you do that? Once you create a new project, you can go ahead and build something cool, build something awesome on that particular project, right? Let me just do that. I already have a project created. I can also create a new project. You can do it back home as well. That's perfectly fine. All right, and if you have any questions regarding, if you need some help setting up or something like that, we have Lavi also. He may help you if you kind of want his help. So one more time, here's the QR. All right. So let's move to the main topics. And if you have any more doubts regarding the credits or the redemptions, we have a Google Cloud booth just outside the main, auditorium, outside the main auditorium. All right. Discussed in the agenda was the Gemini Live Vertex AI implementation. Now, the Live Dev API lets you do rapid prototyping, lets you build solutions quickly before you consider moving them to production, right? Now, what does it do differently? Live applications, we use something known as WebSockets. Just a show of hands, how many of you are familiar with the concept of WebSockets? Okay, a lot of folks are familiar with the concept. So, so we have a REST versus WebSockets kind of a comparison over here. So REST operates on a request response basis, and each request requires a new HTTP payload and stuff like that. The connection is active, it's gonna keep it open, and that ways two machines can interact and two servers can interact with each other. And that is what we are gonna be using in this entire session. So socket programming is quite important, and that's why there's a whole dedicated slide just for this purpose. Right, so WebSocket provides a persistent bidirectional communication through a single, and interestingly, in our case, the model, which is Gemini Flash, the API, keeps all the care of the session history, the communication, and everything. It takes care of all of that, so we don't have to worry about the conversational history and stuff. So here's how the direct connection looks like. The client has tools and authorization, which can be in terms of a token. We'll just have a look how that works. And then it interacts with the API, which our case is the Gemini Live API. All right. In terms of in terms of the Gemini API, not the Vertex one, it's quite straightforward. And like I mentioned earlier, this is intended for prototyping only. I mean, of course, when you try to implement it at a production level, you'll have to take into consideration the server, authentication, network security, and a heap of other things. So that is all a different ball game. So before we move into more depths of implementing these kind of real-time interactive sessions with Gemini Live API, let's see how we handle interruptions, because that's a very, very important part of any real-time conversation. All right. So while Gemini's response is being played back, we can interrupt. It gives us the full, it has the full authority vested with the user to interrupt anytime when the Gemini is speaking, and it will stop. So this will be registered by the voice activity detection module within the Gemini API. So interestingly, you don't need to program a different voice activity detection module. It's inbuilt with Gemini API, and when you are, let's say, trying to interrupt its generation process, it will understand that, will send a message back saying it's been detected an interruption, and then we need to handle it on the client side. How we handle it is our, it's our prerogative. In our case, we will handle it by stopping the current playback and then emptying the queue. In some cases, it may be decided to not empty the queue and let the Gemini API speak till the end of the conversation, right? Again, different ways to handle it, but interesting piece to note is that the VAD, which is the voice activity detection, is an inbuilt feature in the Gemini API, especially the live API. All right, so that was about Gemini. It gives the Gemini API, it gives us a, Dev API gives us like a high level understanding of how it works, how VAD works, voice activity detection works, why WebSockets are important, why not REST, and then it builds the kind of fundamental understanding on top of it. Now, most folks here are from enterprises, big companies, reputed names, and when you build applications at that level, let's say you want to build a similar chat application which is specialized for your your customers or your end users, you would likely want to build it using Vertex AI, which is the enterprise alternative to this API. And when you build stuff using Vertex API, there are considerations in terms of, like I said, security as well as networking. So let's take a look into that. So the first thing that we will have a look here is proxy. Proxy is a very, very fancy and shortened name to call a server. It's nothing but like a middleware server which takes care of authentication and routing in our case. So for the proxy to be able to host tools, tools are another option which we can host. It takes care of the communications asynchronously, and there are a lot of ways to implement this proxy. Again, proxy is nothing but a middleware server which takes care of these interactions. So we can implement using the Python SDK, which is what we're going to showcase. We can also implement it directly in Python using WebSockets. I mean, we don't even have to use the SDK. WebSocket programming a little lower level, but if that kind of suits it floats your boat, then go ahead, you can do that as well. You can also do it directly using JS, directly with JS in the client. That's for prototyping purposes. You don't always have to use a server, especially for prototyping. It's an overkill. When you do that, you do the prototyping, you're comfortable with it. Till that time, you can also use JavaScript as a proxy handling service. So how does our proxy connection look like? So this is what it works like. So you have a client which has maybe tools, maybe it doesn't have tools. And then we have a proxy. It's a bidirectional thing. It's a bidirectional WebSocket-based proxy, wherein, in our case, in this example, in this demo, we'll just talk about the authentication piece, right? So the authentication happens through the it can happen through the SDK, it can happen through Google Cloud Authenticator, lots of ways to authenticate it. You may also do your own level of authentication by JWT tokens and stuff like that. And then behind that sits the API. So the API is at the very, very behind of this entire thing. So it's not directly exposed to the end user. It goes through this proxy. So it's like a high level diagram of how the proxy connection is useful and will work for a system like Vertex AI. And this is going to be our ideal state. I know in this demonstration, we may not be able to do all of this because this requires a lot of work. But let's just go through this diagram. There's a lot of information kind of packed into this one, but we'll gradually go through this diagram. So let's say we have a user interacting with this client through the browser. The request is sent, let's say, what is the weather in London, right? That's just one example. The proxy will take care of authentication, which can be through Dev API or Vertex API. Again, both are fine. And then there is a tool handler which has tools like weather APIs. Your own enterprise tools can also be there, like some CRM handler, anything like that can also work. That will interact with a couple of applications. These applications may be stored as Cloud Run functions. If you're not aware, Cloud Run functions are serverless, small and kind of lightweight functions that can be run. It's all self-managed, so you don't have to worry about the infrastructure or the hardware. All you need to worry about is just to write your application logic and application code, right? And then again, it internally handles all the API key, secret management and everything. And finally, response goes back again to the tool handler. So everything happens within this proxy. So that's why it's the quote-unquote middle layer here. And once the proxy kind of formalizes what needs to be done, it then sends the data to the Gemini multimodal live API, right? As you can observe, we get information. Let's say the user is asking weather in London. Request goes to the multimodal live API. It understands that, oh, you're asking for get weather. So I'll just tell my tool handler to call the weather API internally and get the weather for London. It'll go back. It'll do all the interactions over here with Cloud Functions and return the response. And finally, the tool response will come back like condition is rainy, temperature is 8, whatever. And then final response is set back to the user. Now, a lot of people here in this room, in this auditorium, might think that why is a proxy even needed? For the case of Gemini, you probably don't need it because you can directly interact with it. But once you want to build enterprise applications, once you want to scale things, a proxy is needed because it is a layer that understands your business logic as well. I mean, that along with Gemini can supercharge your entire business logic and help you make really, really cool applications. So till this point, if you have any questions, you can ask me or you can ask Lavi here as well, because after this, we'll be moving to the actual demo. Yes. I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Understand correctly, this is a typical agent call, right? And then where is the multimodality here? Because you're just making one request and that is going for one agent and then getting it back.
Yes.
So where is the multimodality?
Good question. So the multimodality is in the request end, yes, but the diagram doesn't do justice. It doesn't show the multimodal part of it. It just takes a text as an input. But in the demo, we're going to see a lot of other modalities apart from text as well. Right, I think we can move to the demo now. So you can scan here. Here's the GitHub repository which we're going to be using. I'll give you a quick second or two to scan this, and I'll then move to the GitHub repo. I'll just stand there. All right. So let's hope everyone has sign up for this. Let's just choose to GitHub. Okay, so this is the repository which has been created by a very dear friend and colleague, Hiko. So this repository is like a treasure trove of all the information needed to be built. And of course, this is more like a self-help, self-flow kind of information as well. You have like multiple parts: intro, dev API, vertex API, different stuff over here. You can also use this, and when you go back home, you can read about this. There's a lot of information over here as well. Of course, in the interest of time, we're not going to be discussing everything. We will just talk about a couple of notebooks and a couple of, couple of code samples that we're going to see. But if you want to go really deep, if you want to do a PhD and how this works, this is the place to be. This has all the information that you need, right? So this is like a guide. It has structures of introduction, WebSockets, with Gemini, with Vertex, different features and different stuff as well. Now, before we head to this, we also need to understand that for the developer work, I mean, in case you guys are not aware of it, we have something called as the Google AI Studio. Some folks here might be aware of this, some may not be, that's fine. So this is going to be our, this is basically how the end product should look like if you're building one which is very similar to this. This place is a one-stop shop for, getting your API key and doing a lot of other experimentations as well. So this is like an example of stream real time, and this is exactly what we're trying to build as well. So I'll just go ahead and quickly show you how the actual product looks like, or rather this product kind of looks like. I'll just talk to Gemini. Hey Gemini, how are you today?
I am doing great. Thanks for asking. How are
Awesome.
you today?
Awesome, I'm doing good. I'm presenting at MLDS today.
That's great to hear. What will you be presenting about at MLDS?
I am presenting about you, Gemini.
That is quite interesting. Is there anything specific about me that you will be discussing?
So you can see that this is the application, and this is ideally and hopefully what we should be able to build by the end of this session. Of course, we may have different approaches, and that's perfectly fine, right? There's no one right way to achieve this. So before we begin, when you try to implement it at your home or over here, if you're trying to implement, you might need to get an API key. You need to kind of create an API key. This is the API key that you will use for the dev API, not for the Vertex, only for the dev API. So when you click on generate an API key, you can kind of just click over here, and it'll have a Gemini API over here. Click on it, and it'll help you generate an API key. So this key is useful for interacting with the API, the Gemini API, and see how it kind of works in action. All right, so without spending more time over here, I'll move to the fundamentals of the API and how we interact with the Gemini API before we move to the actual development piece. Okay. So this repository that I just discussed a while back, I have already cloned this on my local. So you will see a very interesting documentation over here. This is VS Code for those who may not be familiar. And there are a couple of SDKs and notebooks here. So in the chapter 1, as you can observe over here, we have SDK intro.notebook. That's the IPyNB, which is the notebook file. So we will first introduce the Google Cloud Gemini SDK and how it works. This is in Python. We have it in a couple of other languages as well. And for those of you who are interested, tomorrow my friend Lavi is also taking a session on the multi-agent workflows. He will also be taking and explaining this particular API in great detail, how it works and what all things you can do with it. All right. Also, another thing to note is the unified SDK. So very recently, we launched a unified SDK for Vertex as well as the developer API, which basically means that the SDK remains the same. There's just a flag that you need to set. If you set the flag, then it'll use Vertex project. If you don't set the flag, then it will use the developer project, which is the developer API key. So it's the one API, no need to take care of so many extra things. So I've already run this notebook, but for this audience, I can probably run it again, and hopefully it should work. So the first thing is setting up a client. And here's my GenAI client, and with an API key. Please don't steal it. It's OK, even if you steal it, I'm going to delete this anyways. So this one is the V1 alpha. And the Vertex AI parameter, if you can see, it's set to false, which means that it is a regular developer API. It's not the Vertex AI API. If we set it to true, which we're just going to see in a while, it will work as a Vertex implementation, which is the enterprise implementation, and not the developer API. So the developer key will not work when the Vertex flag is set to true. All right, so we'll first have a look into the text interaction. We have already set up model as Gemini 2.0 Flash Experimental, EXP. And the response modality is set to text. I hope this is visible to everyone. All right. I don't know if I can zoom though, but let's see. This should be good, right? Yeah, this should be good. All right, awesome. Okay, so let's have a quick look into the code. Now, earlier in the age of generative AI and text LLMs, things were simple with REST, right? You just set up a client, send a request, get a response back. That's it, done and dusted. But over here, if you see, the connection is happening in a little weird way if you think about it, right? We are using the async library, and this is Python, right? This is not JavaScript. So we are using the async library, and we are doing client.aio.connect.live.connect, and then specifying the model and the config. So there's a session variable, and that session, interestingly, is a bidirectional session. So always remember, in terms of live API, the session is not a unidirectional session, it's a bidirectional session, which means it's going to be listening to you or taking your input and generating output at the same point in time. It's not going to wait for one thing to complete in order to do the next thing. So it's a very important concept, and of course, if you read the API documentation, it will be clear. The message is, hello Gemini, are you there? And then we print the message, which is the input. And then we await the response. And we also send an end of turn variable, which basically tells Gemini API that we're done with this turn. We don't want to send something more. And then we wait for the response to come back, session.receive, and then just print out the chunk. So if I run this, hopefully it should run. So the thing is that with Gemini, this newer model, a lot of our customers are also using this day in and day out. So we do get out of quota issues sometimes. That's because it's so popular and so much in demand. So that happens often. So also look at the example of audio generation. In terms of Python, again, we're not come out of Python yet. We're just exposing the SDK and how it works. All right. So over here, we can see we are just creating a simple wavelib implementation. And this time around, we have a message which is in text. We're saying, hello, Gemini, are you there? And then we are kind of sending it. And then similarly, we are using an async method. We're not using synchronous response. We're waiting for the asynchronous response to come back. Because the session is bidirectional in nature, we have to use asynchronous programming. And personally, I was not a very big fan of asynchronous programming because I used to find it very confusing. But that now we've at such a point in time that everyone has to kind of learn it to use these things in a much more better and efficient way. All right, so when I run this and I just hit play, I've already run this. It just kind of generates an audio, and then I'm just using a converter to convert it to a pulse code modulated format with a bit rate of 24,000 hertz, which is the general bit rate. If I play this,
Yes, I am here. How can I help you today?
it goes ahead and plays that. So this is the basic fundamental aspect of the SDK. I wanted to introduce you to it because going forward, even if you build applications tomorrow, you would still need to understand how it works. And it's fundamentally a little different from what all you might have experienced till this date, because that was mostly REST-based. This one is socket-based. Right, we also have an SDK intro to Vertex AI, and I'll show you how similar it is. In fact, it is the same thing. We set up I just have my own project and my location, and I am setting up this over here. You know, it's already authenticated with Google Cloud on my machine, so I don't need to provide any credentials and anything like that. I just need to provide my project and location that I've already done, and then when I run it, it will go ahead and kind of generate it using my own project's ID. Yeah, so it goes there and generates, I'm here, what's on your mind today? And then, I don't know if you guys noticed or not, in the GenAI client, the client remains the same. If you go back to the previous one and compare it with this one, um, the client remains the same. The Vertex AI is false, and we are passing an API key. Over here, Vertex AI is true, and we're not passing an API key, because like I said, it's already authenticated internally on my machine. You can also do it. I think you can just run some commands of gcloud auth login, and it'll take care of it. So this is the fundamentals of the the API client and how it works. Now let's take a look into the actual demo implementation. Yes. Sorry? Yeah, there is a few things changed here. In case you're getting an issue, this is just a very small thing. When you do a session.send, just define the argument input. Yeah, just define the argument.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, all right. By the way, this is all in preview right now. It's as we speak, it's being developed. Next time we meet, this may be like a totally different thing. So you're in the inner circle right now to experience all of this. All right, so this is the fundamentals of the SDK. Now let's move to an actual application. And the application is, the first Dev API one is actually built in JavaScript native. So show of hands, how many here are familiar with JavaScript? I know as ML people, we're not that much into JavaScript, but just a show of hands, JS people. Okay, perfect. So I'll try to explain it in a way which makes sense, and that's how I also try to understand. I am also not from a JS background, but try to understand it as much as I can, and I'll explain it to you as well. So in the part 2 of the Dev API, I'll directly go to chapter 6, and I'll go to the index.html. So before we kind of go into the depth of the code and how it's going on, what's working on, let's just discuss at a high level what's going on in this piece of code. In this piece of code, we will be building a very, very basic UI, which has 3 options. One is a button to click on for the audio. The other one is a button to click for the video, which is my webcam. And the third one is a button to share a screen, similar to how you do in Google Meet or a Teams meeting. It's a similar kind of a button. So all of these 3 things are the 3 different modalities which are going to be useful and which are going to be used in our session. All right, so the thing about this API and the whole structure is that we need to establish a connection with the WebSocket. And the way we do it is that we just send a setup handler, which takes care of the modality. So we need to define the config and the modalities in the setup handler. We'll just have a look how it works. And then after that, we need to establish a WebSocket connection. We need to open a WebSocket connection with the API. Because this is in preview, there are some limits on how many parallel connections can be opened, but of course that is going to change as things move past. So let's take a look into the code. Though it's JavaScript, but I mean logic remains the same. So let's try to kind of go ahead and look at it. So let me first show you how the UI piece looks of it, so that you're kind of interested in it. And I've already kind of run it on my local. So I'll just go back. So part 2 Dev API, chapter 6. So it's a very simple thing, right? Like I said, we have one button for voice, one for video, and one for presenting my screen, right? So this is how it's kind of going to look like, and we'll see it in action as well. But let's have a look at the code first. All right. So we have buttons, like we discussed, like toggle microphone, webcam, and screen. And then we have event emitters. All of these are defined. Audio recorder, audio streamer, and media handler. Because anytime you have any audio input from your Google Chrome tab or Microsoft Edge tab coming in, you need to process it in a particular way. That's what these takes care of. These files take care of. And by the way, all of this is already there in your, it's already there in the code repo. So when you take a pull, this is going to work as it is, right? You define a API key, which is I mean, of course, without that, we can't do much. And then there's also a constant, I mean, there's a constant variable, constant which we've defined over here, which is the actual API. It's the generative AI languages, Google APIs. And the endpoint is the one which we're going to use. So the endpoint, if you see, if you observe over here, it says it's a BIDI generative content. BIDI stands for bidirectional generative generate content. So it's essentially a bidirectional way of generating content like we just discussed, right? So then we have a couple of stuff over here. We have a Gemini Live API which we have defined, which is just another JS file which takes care of a lot of things, including interruptions, and those are very interesting. I'll just take, in a while, I'll just explain why they're so interesting. So you have all the socket programming handled over here, along with the interrupt handling, and how does that work? Apart from that, then we have stuff like audio initialization, then audio chunk, playing audio chunk and stop pausing audio chunk, recording, as well as taking care of the webcam. Yep, so toggle microphone, converting it to a buffer, and toggle webcam is also there. All of this is already handled, right? We have toggle webcam, we'll turn it on, turn it off. We can ask, you know, what's going on around me, around you, anyone. And then also we also have this last thing of toggle screen. Now, like I mentioned in the just a while back, it's very important that we send a sequence message, I mean, a startup message before we kind of start processing the whole thing. And we've handled the entire thing in the Gemini Live API. So the Gemini Live API takes care of, you know, the default setup and everything. If you kind of see this, we are taking care of the default setup in Gemini API. See this? So it's taking care of the default setup. We can specify the name. The voice name is Puck. And the response modality is set to audio. I mean, it has audio as well as text. And the model, everything is defined over here, generation config and stuff. And before we kind of send the output, we will have the, we'll have to kind of define this over here. And once we are able to put everything in place, again, this is only for development, because if you observed a while back, I have actually put my API key in this file over here, which is basically an HTML file. This in no way is something that you should do in production settings, right? This is just for prototyping, internally developing something, because this is a free to use key, right? It doesn't have any, it has some rate limits, but it's free to use. You can quickly develop with stuff. All right, so if we run this and hopefully go here and just refresh this, let's see, all right. Hello, Gemini.
Hello. How can I help you today?
I'll present my screen. Can you tell me what's happening? I'll turn my webcam, yeah.
Sure, okay, I can see you now. You are in a room with a poster behind you. Do you want me to describe anything else?
What do you think I'm doing in this room?
Based on the video, it looks like you are presenting or speaking to an audience. There's a slide visible behind you that says Gemini Multimodal Chat. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Thanks a lot, Gemini.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
So just like this, we can also kind of present my screen. I'll start again recording. Hey, Gemini.
It sounds like you are having some trouble. Is that correct?
Yeah, I want to understand what this repository is about.
Certainly. This GitHub repository, named Gemini Multimodal Live Dev Guide, appears to be a developer guide for Gemini's Multimodal Live API. It contains various files and folders, including documentation, examples, and code related to the API. Would you like to know more about its structure?
No, I think that's enough for now, Gemini. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Let me know if you have any other questions later.
So this is how it works.
Okay, I see the Insights tab is highlighted.
Let me just refresh it. Right. So each time we run it, there's some things which are logged over there. It tells you when the session is started. Again, this is just for debugging purposes, and it's just to make it a little more interactive while you're developing it. It tells us the information about like when we are starting the session and when we are presenting something, and if the Gemini API is responding back or not. So all of these things, like you saw, it's very straightforward to build. But over here, this is just for prototyping, and the entire code base lives within the it lives within this HTML page, including the API key. So once again, do not use it for production. This one particular thing is just for prototyping. All right, so you saw how basic and how straightforward this was to implement this piece, right? We just have a couple of, couple of JS code, and we kind of use it to stitch the entire application together. Now, I know that most people here are in enterprise-oriented folks. JS is definitely not one of our first preference of programming languages. So we will talk about the Vertex AI aspect of it as well. Now, moving forward. So in the Vertex AI aspect, we definitely looked into something called as the proxy. So we will spend some time to understand how we define this proxy and how does it work and what's going on actually within the proxy. We'll spend some time because this is going to be the heart of the programming paradigm if you say decide to use this tomorrow in your application. So let's move to this one. Yeah, I think. So any questions for the dev API? Let's take questions and then I'll move to the Vertex one because that's very different from this one. Yeah.
That you have, in this case, you're handling multiple interrupts, right?
Yes.
There are at least 3 of them that you'll have a handler for. But there could also be interruptions from the browser. Let's say you do a refresh. Now, how do you handle that?
Good question. So at the moment, interruptions are only handled, and I think I'll just present the demo on this. Thank you. You reminded me to do that. Interruptions are only handled at a voice level because internally in the Gemini API, there is a VAD, which is the voice activity detection, and it works in a very interesting way. The way VAD works over here is that it continuously, of course, listens to the conversation. That's how it works. But then the moment it's generating a response, and if it hears a interruption, let's say if it's generating something, this is this is a repository about this blah blah blah, and I say, okay, no, I don't want to hear this. So the VAD module is parallelly running in Gemini. It's going to send a signal which will say that interrupt. So then how do we want to handle the interrupt? It's totally up to us. That is a choice of the end user. So in our case, the way we handle interrupt in this application is we're going to clear the buffer and we're going to stop it from speaking. But in some cases, you may want it to let it complete first. You can do that. That's also possible. Now, the question that you asked is, what do we do in case there's a tab change or something like that? At the moment, this is not handled directly because the interrupt is only voice activated. So let me just show you an example of that as well. This. Hello, Gemini. Can you tell me a really long and boring story?
Sure, I can try to tell you a long and boring story. Once upon a time, there was a very ordinary rock. It sat there for a very long time, doing absolutely nothing.
I think that's enough, Gemini. This is getting quite boring. Thank you.
Okay, I understand you've had enough of the...
So this is how it kind of works. The way we've handled it in our code is, you're going to speak, and the moment I speak and it's speaking, I'll show you the code as well. There's an interrupt flag which is raised, and it's up to us how we want to handle that interrupt flag. So if you see over here, so the server content response has a flag of interrupted, and when the interrupted flag is raised, we can handle it however we want. And because it's a session which is a WebSocket, it's happening in parallel. And it's asynchronously, it's like you can have a separate thread on which this is running, so you can handle all of these things parallelly. All right, so we were taking questions.
I have a question here. So how do you, manage the diarization here?
Sorry?
The diarization. So multi-channel, single channel, say two people are talking together or 3 of them are talking together.
Good question. So the way it works is that if 2 people are talking together, Gemini as an API, it's actually built to have a one-on-one conversation with the API. But if 2 people are talking together and there's like a difference in the voice signatures, it takes care of that internally. Okay, so in terms of a conference call settings, directly there is no diarization because the intent of Gemini is to be like a one-to-one assistant. So it's like you and you plus the AI model. If it has to be kind of diarization aspect or has to be introduced, then you need to present the screen. Right? If you present the screen and give that audio to Gemini along with audio, so it can understand, okay, this box is highlighted, so this person is speaking. So it needs multiple modalities of input in order to diarize things. And of course, it can be handled using programmatically. It's not a native feature at the moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have a question there, then I'll come to this side. Sorry? Language, yeah, I think it handles a lot of languages. Natively, it handles couple of dozen languages. If I start talking to it in a different language, especially like Spanish and stuff, it sort of responds in that language.
Hindi or something of that sort.
Yeah, it can do that as well. It can do that because it's a language model in the heart of it, so it takes care of that.
So one question on this, we actually clicked on that camera and everything, right? So is there any way we are giving it the consents also, like consent to the user, like automatically? Actually, it's a data privacy concern here, right? So
Yeah.
where exactly in the code I couldn't see anything as authentications, right?
Good point. So there are two levels of consent which are generally there. The first level of consent is at a code level, like you mentioned, that we are going to be presenting, your screen. You can handle that can be handled using, if I am building it's an enterprise application, I'll take care of that at my own level. The second happens at a browser level. I don't know if you observed when I started presenting, it asked me, do you want to give access to your webcam? And I had to give the access. So if I deny the access, it won't get the access.
This is supposed to run on edge devices or else on devices, right? So how do you handle latency?
So the way this, very good question by the way, it's a little technical, but the way it works is that regular regular LLMs, right? They wait for the entire input and then generate. Gemini Live doesn't work like that because it's an asynchronous module. It sends data in chunks. In fact, I think I don't know if I have that piece of code here. Maybe I have it here. So here I'm sending the entire session information, but uh, when you see the code for the proxy, which I'll just show in a while, you'll see that data is sent in chunks, especially when I'm doing audio interaction. So even before I'm ended my conversation, it's already processing stuff. All right, and I can define the limit. So of course that limit has to be how many seconds worth of chunk needs to be sent. In our case, we define it around 500 something milliseconds. If the second duration is increased, then it will kind of take longer to process, right? Because a lot of information. But if you decrease a lot, make it very, very, very small, like 10 millisecond, 5 millisecond, then the overhead of I/O is a lot. So it's a trade-off. But it actually processes because it's a bidirectional client and it works in asynchronously. It's already processing the chunks even while you're speaking. So that's why it is so fast. It almost feels real time because it is processing in almost near real time.
So
Attention?
Attention is all you need. The seek ahead, because it's processing every five, 0.5 seconds. Won't it influence the outcome?
So good point. So there's a lot of other magic happening under the hood. Attention is definitely all you need, but now there are other things as well which are built on top of it. Um, to be honest, this is more of a this Flash 2.0 Flash is more of a interactive kind of assistant, and also it has like deep knowledge of the entire thing. So the entire aspect of it doesn't get affected by it. The reason is it has a something called a session memory. So let's say if I'm going through it and I'm interacting something, I can ask it in the next step to summarize the thing for me, and it does that because it has session memory. So even if it has kind of missed something in that particular thing by chance, it has the entire context now. So next time you ask, it'll just use the entire context. So it takes care of it that way. I think you had a question. I think we should give him mic now. He's waiting for a while.
So how do we augment, any corporate data? Because Flash might not be aware of certain things that when we show or something.
Good point. Good point.
How do we augment?
So in this repository, there is something called as function calling, which I don't think I'll be able to demo now for two reasons. One is time. Second is that it requires certain API information. But then Gemini has a very, very huge, token limit. I think what is the limit, Lavi? 2 million, right? It's around 2 million limit. So imagine this, like you saw the diagram, right? When you have Cloud Run, imagine your corporate APIs and everything are sitting down there. Everything, some request is coming, you can just pull up data from that, or format it into a JSON or a nice YAML or a protobuf or whatever, and then push it to this API, the multimodal API, and then start sending the information. And interestingly, you can do that again in chunks. You don't need to fetch the entire thing. So you can optimize, there's like no limit to optimize the flow of this. Yeah, there's a question. I think
Here. I have a question here. Basically, two questions combined on your left.
Okay, sorry.
So, The first thing is only Gemini 2.0 Flash can give multimodal outputs, right? Not Flash, not one or not two.
So multimodal live only 2.0 Flash. Multimodal in general also, yes, you're right. Multimodal general also only 2.0 Flash can give.
Okay, so this is not live yet.
No, this is live, right? We saw live having
Okay.
conversations.
Huh.
Yeah.
So the other question I have is we use Vertex in our live production applications as well. What we faced is to keep up with the developments in the Vertex.
Developments.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's regularly, constantly
Oh,
changing.
okay, like
Right?
updating.
Yeah, updating.
Okay.
How do you take care of this internally? You might be using Vertex AI internally also, so that I can take some points and use that.
So what I would say is that build applications agonistic to the, things are changing very fast. So you need to build applications which assume that this thing is going to change very soon. So everything, whatever you can put in a config, put it in a config. Don't hard code anything or don't assume that this is going to be the same tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
I have seen the base parameters itself getting changed.
Yeah.
In 10, 15 days difference. So
that's, yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Just take a few more questions. I think we have one over here and one over there, and we can move to the Vertex implementation.
How
Here,
does
over here.
how does the audio engine process the information that is given to it? Would it convert whatever that we speak to text and then process it, or would it take the audio as it is? For example, can it understand the emotions that we speak with, or can it just convert that to blind text and process? Can it understand if I'm humming a music without any lyric at all, or do I want to explicitly speak for it?
All right. So Gemini, the Gemini family, especially the 2.0 family, it's trained as multimodal from the scratch, from the very base of it. It's trained in a multimodal data. So it's not converting into text. Because of the way it's trained, the data itself has video, audio, images, text, everything together. So there is a good chance that if it has seen those range of emotions in its training data, it will be able to understand that as well. Though that's something which is a good point to test maybe.
Yeah. So my question is, can it use the video and screens here at the same time with the recording?
Yeah, absolutely.
So can we use this three data to detect something like someone is giving interview to? Can we use this to check if there is any cheating or there is any deception or something like that?
That is a good use case. I am not sure about the ethical implications, but that is definitely a good use case to check out for.
Okay.
We, while using the API, we use this safety settings.
Yes.
Block few, block
Yeah.
some, block none. I couldn't see any safety settings, so there must be some default that is getting used over here. So which is the one, and what kind of blocking it makes? If I ask some question regarding, let's say, biology, would it block that? I mean,
So safety settings need to be configured as a config. We are not providing any, so it's taking the default ones, which I think is default is block some. It's not block none, it is block some. I'll need to check on that, but it takes default if you don't specify. But if you want to specify, you can just specify in the config here.
okay, and if we do block some the highest level, all some things there, but if I ask very basic question, then also it blocks those things. So have you experienced, I mean, how to cope with that?
So in my experience is that if you, some things are like, if you do block all or block, the highest level of blocking, then it will just do very basic interactions. Right? It will be like a kind of a safe paradigm for, it will not answer questions regarding to health, right? Especially about physical well-being and stuff, it will not answer those questions. It's like a dangerous waters for that blocking setting. But you can define the blocking setting. You can, there are like parameters within that. Like, is it abuse? Is it adult images? They have like different parameters. So you can tune, you can specify which one to block to with what intensity and what limit, and it will block just that. So it's use case specific. All right. I think there's one here. Let's.
Okay, so right now in the JavaScript front end you see, so let me say I have 1,000 pages of PDF, okay. I want to talk to it so that some questions will be answered from the PDF, and there are some diagrams are also there. I want to display the text. So basically, I'm giving a voice input. I'm asking to display a diagram.
You're asking to create a diagram?
Yes, generate the diagram out of the context in the PDF.
Yeah, I think you can generate a mermaid diagram, but you can't directly generate like a diagram out of it yet.
Okay, if there is an already existing diagram in the PDF, will it be able to display?
So Lavi, you want to answer that? He's saying is there already diagram in the PDF?
But you want to generate the same diagram, or?
No, for example, that says that there are some stats of that saying then Bihar, these are the things happened, in Karnataka, these many happened. If I ask, okay, compare Karnataka versus Bihar and depict me the picture which is in the PDF. That is one existing one. But can it generate? He said generation no, but
So
if can it depict?
It'll depict in the textual format in the audio saying, hey, I saw this and it said this, you can go to page number this and all of that. But it'll not generate the images, but you can actually ask it to generate the mermaid code, which will then create a graph and all of that. So it's almost like saying generate the code for the graph and then copy and run that graph.
But if there's an already existing image in the PDF, that
it'll just do the reference to it, saying, hey, I saw this in the page number this and this, you can go and check that.
Okay.
So it'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Can we take the question?
Yeah, can you take his question? Yeah, that's also fine. Correct.
I just wanted to know, how do you process it? So for example, if I ask, hey Gemini, what is there on my screen? Oh, no, never mind. What is the weather today? So now if you process it into chunks, so what is there on my screen comes first, and then, oh no, never mind, just let me know the weather. So what happens? Is this proprietary, or is it open? Is this information
internal.
okay.
So do you see this? I'm just presenting a piece of code.
Okay.
When you see this, right, we are sending an audio chunk. So we're directly hitting the API that we have. We're not sending it the entire audio because that's not possible, right? We don't have the entire audio before it's spoken. So
one more thing, are you handling over here, or is Gemini API handling this?
So Gemini API doesn't differentiate. If I send the entire thing to Gemini, sure, that will work too. I can just make like a long speak, hey, I want to do this, do that. It'll hear the entire thing and process it. But the latency you'll face there is going to be immensely higher. And that's a suboptimal way to do it. Conversations in terms of live API, this is the better implementation because it's more conversational. So here, if you observe, here we are actually chunking. Even if I'm speaking continuously for let's say 10 seconds, it's gonna make chunks of half a second each. So 20 chunks it's gonna go and create, and then it's gonna send. So while I'm let's say speaking chunk number 10, it's already processed till chunk number 8. Right?
But again, for the use case that I just said, that what is happening on my screen? Oh, never mind. Just tell me the weather. What happens this?
Oh, that way. So that way, that's an interruption. What you're talking about, right? That's
not an interruption. It is the same audio. So
yeah, it'll just ignore that basically. It'll ignore that, right?
Imagine this to be a pipe, right?
Yeah.
So it's the chunks are going. It doesn't do any action until you stop or you create an interruption. So you might say 10 different things, but whatever the last question that you're trying to ask it, or it'll just summarize the overall thing that you said. So a lot of time people have like 5 things that they want to ask, right? Hey, I'm going through this PDF. I want to know this, and this. So these are 5 different questions. Because it has that pie where all the chunks are going, it will figure out all this and it will answer all this in a single go. So unless you interrupt or you stop, it will not take that action in that moment.
And you're handling this on a code level?
On the code level. If you want to handle it, otherwise it's just happening on the back
Got
end.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I think we'll move to the. Okay, sure. Sure, and then I think we'll move to the vertex piece. And then we can take combined questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you getting the history of whatever the conversation history here, like what we asked?
Yes.
And
Session history is maintained.
So it is stored in the GCP, like where it's stored?
Okay, good question. What I read from the documentation, this session history is stored for that session. It's not ephemeral. Sorry, it's not permanent, it's ephemeral. It's just available for that session. If you want to store it, the onus of storing is on you. The session history is alive till the session is alive. If I kill the session, or let's say the server, I mean this and I'm talking about a WebSocket session.
Yes.
The moment the socket session dies, it is up to you to preserve the history.
History of audio, the screen shared,
Everything.
everything
Everything.
will be there.
It will be there, but if you don't preserve it, then it's lost.
It's up on us to
It is
store
on
it
us.
on.
At the moment, it is on you to preserve. Within that session, Google preserves.
Okay.
But the moment the session ends, it is on you to preserve.
And one more question: what is the latency to respond to the user query? If
So
I say hello, what?
Latency will depend on a lot of factors, right? The token length, the complexity of the question. There's no one
Okay.
one
Yeah.
answer to that.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Just to add, the history is maintained in the token format. So it's not like there's a screen recording which is being saved or the video is being saved. Every session that is being saved during that particular session is just the token session. So it's not like you can actually reuse it and say, hey, what was that guy doing in that? It's a
Okay.
token, right? So you can use it just with the model. You can't say, oh, give me all the videos that were stored or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's what. If an end user is using this application and he want to see what he the conversation, we can't represent the.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's no representation in the way you understand it. It's in the token format. All of this is being saved.
Except the audio, because audio we are
Except the
already.
audio.
Yes.
But even those are saved in token. That's why he converts that into the wave format, right? That
Yes.
If you saw, he was showing you that, right? So everything is tokens.
There'll be more work if you want to
Yes,
reconstruct the.
yes. So you would have to create the persistence layer accordingly, and then if you want to save it, you want to save the video, whatever that you want to save for whatever purposes, you would have to create that layer.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Right. Awesome. So now let's move to the Vertex piece of things. So with Vertex, we I think discussed the proxy. We'll just have a look into the proxy and how it works. What is differently happening in the proxy? In our case, the proxy is written in Python native, and we'll just have a look into that. Okay, cool. So here's the proxy code. Like I mentioned, the proxy is responsible for authentication is one, but it is also responsible for actually handling all the input and output stuff. So instead of the app directly interacts with the Gemini API, it will interact through the proxy. So for the proxy, let's take a look at what's happening over here. We define the host and we define the service URL, which is just the bidirectional generate contact URL. There's a simple method that we've generated to get access token. This is for authentication, like authentication of Google, the Google Cloud project that you're using. And then if you see, there are two proxy tasks created, which is basically a WebSocket protocol-based task. So it forwards messages from one WebSocket connection to the other. One is the input task and one is the output task. So imagine you can imagine two connections open in the same proxy, and they're bidirectional. So one is going to be the input, other one's going to be the output. That's going to continuously be polling for that information. So as you can observe that it says async message in source WebSocket, try to do this, which is like push it to audio video input or inline data or set up message, depending on how the input looks like. Or else, you will also have a target WebSocket implementation, which is actually sending the data back to the response. So it is handling the two things parallelly together. And of course, it's implemented in a async await method. So it basically is running concurrently. All these exceptions. So we also have like a create proxy. And this is the main brain of this entire proxy. So when we say the create proxy, we are basically creating tasks. When I say tasks, they're like socket-based tasks. One is the one proxy's task is to take inputs from the user and determine its modality. If it's text, audio, video, webcam input, that's one proxy. The other proxy is working with Gemini. It's kind of taking the output from Gemini and processing. Let's say it's audio, so you need to process it into a streamable and playable audio format. How do you do that? This proxy kind of takes care of it. So if you observe, there are two proxy tasks: client WebSocket and server WebSocket, which is the client to server and server to client. And then of course you're waiting for both the tasks to complete before kind of closing this session. So we have a client WebSocket, if you just observe, which is defined over here. And then there's also a custom client WebSocket, and the other one is the user WebSocket. Both of them are working parallelly. And finally, we have cleanup connections. If that thing is stale, if the connection is stale, nobody's interacting with it, you can just bail out of it and it'll stop working. Now in the same repository, we have code to actually Dockerize the entire thing and push it to Cloud Run. But in the interest of time, we're not going to do that. What we will instead do is that we will just self-host this proxy locally on my laptop and then see what happens with that proxy, right? So let's just try to do that, and hopefully it should work. So let me just move to the other tab. And let's see. So there's a proxy is already running. I'll just run this Python 3 proxy. And it is asking me, do you want to let the app to accept incoming network connections? I say allow. So I'll wait for the proxy to start. I think it's already started. So the proxy is also running on the same server on the 8081 port. So now I have two apps running. One is the other application, which is just the web interface, and then this is the proxy. Let's take a look into the code. Let's take a look into the demo, and then we'll come back to the code of the actual JavaScript, how it implements this particular stuff. So let's just go back to this one. This one, yeah. Let's go back here. Let's go to Vertex API and chapter 10. All right, so you observe when I kind of establish the connection, this is unclickable for a while. That's because that is the time where the setup is happening. So like I said, setup is basically just an initial, an empty request. It's not an empty request, there's a particular format you can read in the documentation, which goes to the server and says that, be ready, there's gonna be a connection coming your way anytime soon. So this is the kind of client setup. Hello, Gemini.
Hey there, what can I do for you today?
So this implementation that you just saw, this is through proxy, and I've changed the audio to another person. So there's a couple of voices that you can select. I've selected a different voice. So this one is happening through the proxy, and if you actually go back to the code, which is over here, you can see that the actual logs over here, which is what we should be doing. So I'll just show you this one. There you go. So you see that this turn is, so you can see the actual logs of the entire thing which is coming, right? You can see that the user is speaking, that is myself, I'm speaking. Turn complete is false, it's continuously user speaking, user speaking. So these are all the chunks that we just talked about a while back. This is how it actually looks like in code if you want to, print it on your server and backend. For debugging purposes, it's a great thing to do. And this will do all the way up till, it's a client content which is coming up. And then parallelly, you can see that the user's input is taken and then the output will be generated. So connected to Vertex AI, the voice message is AO'd, and then we'll start generating the voice message. It says setup complete and then start generating the voice message. So I'll just show you something. See, so where user, yeah. So when the turn complete gets to true, which is when I'm done speaking, then it goes ahead and sets up a forwarding client to the proxy, which is responsible for generating the actual output. And that is what is running in the Vertex AI front end. And now let's take a look at the index.html for this particular case, which is the front end, and let's see how we have interacted here. So over here, we are not specifying any project, any code in terms of access tokens or anything. We are simply specifying the proxy URL, which in our case is localhost because it's running locally. If you have a Cloud Run instance or a VM on which it's running, you will specify the website or the address of that VM. This is my Google Cloud project and this is the location. That's it. The authentication and all is not the headache of the front end. It's going to go back to my backend, which is in my case it's just my server which is running locally, and they'll take care of it. So you can imagine when you build an application like this, your authentication is offloaded to your server. Your front end doesn't have to worry about if it should go to Gemini, if I should rate limit it, if I should pre-process it, I should do whatever I want to do in the backend. So this is how you actually develop something at a larger scale. And then you just specify a setup config, which is, like I mentioned, setup is something that you need to do before you call the API, simply because the setup defines and prepares the server to get ready for this. So the response modality is audio. It can be audio or even text. Text can also be a valid response modality. And the voice name is Eod. You can also say Puck, or there are a couple of other voices as well. You set up the model and stuff, and you initialize the API. Again, same code that we use for JavaScript. And then that's it. and then you just take the input, play audio chunk, process audio, process input, and everything else remains the same basically. You just have the same containers, same audio handlers and stuff, which are responsible for just taking the data and sending it to the backend, and then the backend takes care of setting up the proxy and handling the connection. The good thing about having a backend proxy is that you can also rate limit stuff. You can decide how many connections do I want to allow, and what should be the connection level, and how much information, how much tokens can be passed. You can limit everything there as well. So that is also an advantage. And finally, in this same piece of code, you can have this. Everything else remains just the same, and we can develop the same particular thing. So this was for Vertex, and let me just move back to the diagram again. Right. So now you can kind of imagine, and you can put the entire picture together, right? The proxy is handling everything else. The front end is handling the processing of the input, audio, text, video, as well as your screen share. Everything is responsible. Of course, that JavaScript handles it at a client level, at the client level, at the Chrome client level, and at the back end, the proxy handles the entire processing in terms of authentication, rate limiting, deciding which flow goes where, and also interacting with your internal agents, let's say weather agent and stuff like that. And then finally, it sends the input to the multimodal live API, and you get the response back. There is a little bit of processing required, which helps get near real-time outputs. Again, it's not mandatory you do that, but if you do that, you'll have the best response time than latencies. If you don't do that, then it's going to take a very long time to generate the same response. All right, I think with that, we're almost done with the session. We want to take some few questions, and then we have some things which we want to present. Yeah. So tomorrow we have one more session with the for the multi-flow agents, multi-agent workflows with Lavi. So you should ideally, if you can, bring your laptops with yourself, and you'll have a lot more fun, I believe. Yeah, I think somebody had a question.
So, couple of questions. If you can answer them in a synchronous way, that will be great. So I'll ask the first question, which is, if you want to restrict the conversation to a particular topic only, how do we do that?
Good question. So in the config where you specify, when you specify the entire thing, right? You specify the safety settings. You can specify the temperature settings and everything. You can also specify a context, like a preamble or sorts. That is how you can do it. And then internally, if you're using something like a proxy or something, right? The advantage again of using that is that once you get the response, you do not immediately need to forward it. You can just take the proxy, do your own processing in there. You can have a simple regex or another model, the very lightweight model whose job is to say that, oh, is this relevant or not? And if it gives a thumbs up, ship it out. If it doesn't, then don't ship out the output.
Yeah. So brilliant. The second follow-up question to that is, whenever we've been doing red teaming exercises with GenAI, chatbots, conversations, what we also find is that because there is a long-term memory and a short-term memory, there is this big risk of memory poisoning. And because of which, typically, if there's a bad actor, they can actually steer the conversation towards something that is not relevant to the topic, in spite of defining the context. So have you been able to address that aspect in some form?
So when cloud customers kind of face this thing, we generally advise and we generally build using something you may be aware of, Dialogflow, where you can control the intents. So what happens, it adds a little bit of latency, yes, but it's not one single model. It's like a host of different models, attacking the problem from different sides. So if you try to steer contents in a different way, there are intent detection models that will just not allow that to happen. So that is a more production / enterprise centric way. That's a good point, but that's how you generally should do.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have a question here. Just give me.
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, hi. Just wanted to understand the performance trade-off you all are doing in terms of accuracy maybe, or in terms of latency. I think you talked about latency a bit, but maybe resource utilization or accuracy, like how do you all try to handle? Is it from the training model itself, or does it come from the code which you were showing?
For the accuracy, I believe it will be from more or less from the training model side, like where it's trained, which is the research the Google DeepMind. Um, but the other thing is that when you're, trying to answer very topic-centric questions like the gentleman over there asked, if you want to ask and get responses for very topic-centric questions, then it also depends on how you define your system. Are you able to catch false positives? It's not just a model, it's just the entire whole ecosystem around it. Are you able to catch the false positives? Are you able to preemptively, prevent some malified, prompts to be injected in your system? So that kind of system, that's like a system level thing. But for just the LLM, if you're asking, that is something that the research teams look into.
And also, just to add, we have not opened the tuning for this as of now. I think tuning will play a great role in making it more accurate for your business. I think that's going to come eventually.
Soon,
It's not there on the recent plans. That is one. The other is you do have system instructions, so which means that you can actually make it more customized. You can do few short examples and make it more sort of adhere to your custom sets that you're trying to do. So these are certain things that you can control and adhere it to the domain that you have. But tuning will be something that will make it more accurate, which will come eventually.
I think you have a question? Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. So that's a very interesting point of view. That's also depending on how you design the system. Definitely, if you're, let's say, asking a question to it, let's say you ask a long question, and I would assume that Gemini has already kind of generated this response, just waiting for you to start speaking, and it starts speaking, and you kind of stop it. So how you handle that interrupt is totally up to us. So in our case, we are kind of just clearing the buffer. We don't care about all that. It still is in the session history, because session history is something which is maintained by Gemini, not by us, as in not by the application, right? But let's say if you want to know something and you don't want to, you want to interrupt Gemini, but you don't want to stop its current thought process. You want to hear what it wants to say, that you can handle it. So instead of clearing the buffer, you can actually let the buffer play out and then let it play the next set of output. So that you can handle it. So it gives you a flag called interrupted. It sets the flag true the moment it detects interaction. How you want to handle it, it's totally up to the end user. That's flexible. So buffer in your local application will be removed, but the actual Gemini's session, it will still be there. So if, let's say, it has analyzed something, it's very hard to say what it understands because it hasn't spoken yet. But let's say if it has analyzed some very complicated thing and you again ask it, it will basically understand, oh, you already had asked me this. You can ask it, can you summarize? It will even tell you, oh, I generated this and then I got interrupted. Generated this, but till this point, and then you kind of interrupted me, so then I stopped generating to that point. It knows that it has been interrupted. Yeah?
I have a question about
One question, yeah. Yeah.
about the tokens. So these are multimodal, right? But does it mean that text, audio, and video tokens are same?
Sorry, I can't hear you that well.
Okay. This is about tokens and their pricing. So these are multimodal, text, audio, and video, right? But they are priced differently, right? Or are they same?
They're priced differently. Good question. Are they priced differently? Right now it's in G preview, so there's no price right now associated.
Okay.
It's in preview right now, multimodal API. So there's no pricing associated. Once it goes to generally available, that time I think they will decide what the pricing will be. Yeah. Pricing is based on tokens, not on the modality. So the thing is that a video let's say 1 second worth of video may consume X number of tokens.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
It's token specific, not modality specific.
Okay. So let's say for like small chit chat and all, like hi, how are you, this kind of things, right? I mean, it's okay if it's audio or text. So doesn't mean that it's better to send the text by ourselves, right? If I do the speech to text.
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah.
That's a good. I mean, you need to analyze that. Of course, if you
Just to
just send.
make it more affordable or something, right?
Yeah. So the thing with text is that text is always going to be cheaper, right? Because lesser processing.
Yeah.
Right. But the user experience goes down. If it's just text as opposed to audio interaction, user experience goes up. So there's a lot of things. Plus, if you're presenting your screen, presenting your webcam, text, it's very difficult, right? You're presenting.
Yeah.
Imagine you're presenting your screen, you're typing. What do you see on my screen? So it does a lot of factors. There's also a user experience factor, Matt, coming in.
Okay. So the total cost will be always with tokens.
With respect to tokens, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Go ahead. TPUs. Google's proprietary models run on TPUs. They're built accordingly, correct.
And so I'll be built accordingly. So, okay, like for example, we are mostly on AWS. So like we use certain things like AWS Trainium or Inferentia. Those are specialized GPUs
Okay.
which are highly cost effective.
Okay.
Do you have something? I'm sure you have, but then can we configure those instead of
Yeah.
running it on any GPU or TPU, which can be more expensive?
So any of the open source models which are available in the open market can be run on any hardware. As in GCP has a lot of hardware offerings. Like we have A100s, H100s, even TPUs are there. So it's a matter of the developer's preference on which they want to run. But Google's proprietary models, they run on TPU, and that is also the reason why the cost of generation, Google is I think the cheapest in the industry at the moment.
And that's an abstraction to the developers, right? We don't need to really tinker with what infra it's running on.
For TPU, you might need to tinker with not with the infra, but with the code, because TPU is XLA.
Okay.
It's a little different.
Got it. Thanks.
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to understand like where all the source data come from. So whenever the question is received, it could be from different domains like medical science or
Yeah.
food or cooking, or it could be movies or anything.
Yeah.
And when the question is completed, there could be like when the Google search engine or any search engine works, we might have 100 to 200 results. So how is the like algorithm understanding like which is the most accurate and legitimate one?
I think that's a very interesting question. That's the power of large models. It's also how attention works, and there are a lot of algorithms which kind of theoretically rank which is better and which is worse. And of course, there's a lot of testing which happens internally. We have RL and a lot of other mechanisms which kind of continuously upgrade and make sure that the most relevant information is displayed. However, that's not like a foolproof thing. Errors may happen, but there's a lot of algorithms running under. It's not just one large language model. It's like a whole host of other things. Continuous pre-training and all those things are happening generally. Yeah, I think you had a question this side. Oh, you had, okay.
Yeah, for a specific business problem, as he said, you said we can use system instructions and also use few shot prompting as well to increase the accuracy. Can we also utilize RAG in this case?
We can, yeah, why not? That's a good idea actually. Because the context, see the thing is that if you want to use RAG, it's definitely good at lookup. But with Gemini models, the context itself is like close to 2 million. It is 2 million, not close to 2 million. So you can essentially, if you have a lot of data, you can just pass the entire data. And there have been numerous benchmarks where the needle in the haystack problem we generally don't face with Gemini. Means even if the data is somewhere obscured in page number 5,000 something, it'll be able to fetch that. But RAG is also a viable option to answer that question.
Actually use RAG with function calling support. So multimode live API has a function calling support. So you can build your RAG system separately and then just connect it with the function calling.
Yeah.
That would work. But yeah, I mean, however that works for you. So what he said is also true. If you do not have like huge amount of PDFs and all, you can just stuff everything there. If you do have an enterprise system or some other like 10,000 notebooks, then have a separate system for RAG and then do the function calling connect.
So one question, is this something that are intending to use in Google Glass, for example, which is constantly watching the environment around you and kind of...
Yeah, so that's why if you saw the funny name Project Pastra, it was referring to Project Astra, which is what you're referring to. So
okay.
that is sort of 10 times ahead of what you are seeing.
Right.
Of lot of things latency, because they do have models which are slightly different than what we have.
Hmm.
But yes, that's the direction we are going in, so that at some point you'll be able to build things like Astra or Google
Right.
Glass.
Because I mean, because the amount of web sockets that need to be kept open would be crazy high. I mean, depending on the number of users.
Yeah.
So
Eventually, that's what they are heading to.
Yeah.
But we'll see the consumer product very soon compared to the dev API. Dev will sort of lag a slight behind,
Right.
but consumer will come
Good.
first.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right.
I have a question. Can we take a
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say for our audio use case, whatever we saw in the demo, whether it's a Vertex API or the raw Dev API, it's the client or the user who speaks first. What are the configuration we need to tweak if we want the agent to speak first for a particular use case? Let's say I am integrating to a call app which calls and says credit cards, where I am integrating the real-time API.
So you're saying the agent should speak first? Yeah, I think that can be handled programmatically, because when we do a setup, right, we're anyways establishing a connection. So you can set it up like once you do a setup, once the setup is run, you do a init, and then in the init you call that API with a text input. You don't have to expose the end user to it. Just call it as a text input with the, let's say, additional information like, oh, Mr. Doe, John Doe is there, bank account number this, credit card number this. You feed in all that information and then be like, now greet this user, and then start the conversation.
So there are parameters.
There are ways to do it. It's more of a programmatic thing. The parameters, I mean, parameters are definitely there, but it's more of a programmatic manipulation to take the first input as text and the subsequent as.
That
You
would
can do
be
that.
kind of API agnostic.
Yeah. All right. I think we're done. All right.
Folks, if in case you have any questions, you can also ask them outside. Feel free to ask any questions. Also, we do have code craze running in Audi 1 at 1 p.m. So it's already started, so you may want to rush there. And thank you, Lavi and Gopala, for the lovely, insightful hands-on. Yes, round of applause for both of them. And please enjoy your lunch. See you guys at 2:10. All right? Thank you.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce
asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and Gen AI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and Gen AI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal align with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission
to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synchron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synchron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn, Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiments, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own.
Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synchron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synchron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello, hi. Is there a Pragati Chopne in the hall? All right, thank you. Hello, hello. Hello. Uh, just one announcement. Is there a Pragati Chopne from Johnson Controls? All right, thank you.
And grows. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and targets,
So now it's not just about that you doing the work with no human. It's about that instead of 50, you hire 4 people. Those 4 people can be best quality people and all your budget is going into that four guys. But what it is more about, that you use that productive workforce to use AI in a certain way, abilities or probably your results or whatever your matrix are. And that's what leads us to the next point, which is LLMs will make every solopreneur a one-person sales army. Now, when I say solopreneurs are the one who are just single person and who are selling any products. Now, I was a solopreneur a couple of years back, and I was having a team member who used to just act like, okay, helping me in my operations and all. But I was not having the ability to have, first of all, have money to hire such expensive sales talent. Second, manage them, not having enough time, because because most of the solopreneur also has some side projects. So I was not having that also. Now, the rise of the current models, the rise of the current segments will eventually make every solopreneur a single person army. So when I say a single person army, it's like you have a second brain, and that second brain, you are just going and telling, hey, I have these leads, I have 10,000 leads, just do a reach out to them. And it's not just a chatbot. Do a reach out to them like a human, like personalize and have a conversation, meaningful conversation, like a human, and then probably do the task which I told, or probably just to sell my product, or just go and ask them how are they feeling about in my current course, or do they even know me? So a human would take around possibly a month to do this. Second brain or any of the sales AI tools or AI models are able to do that in a very less time. Now, all of this I'm telling is to not prove my statement of it will be history, sales team. But I could say that I didn't need to hire more person to do my work. I was just doing my work better, but the person who was with me was utilizing second brain in a certain way. He was focusing more time into how we can utilize the models in a better way. If we are reaching out to 10,000 people, we can probably segment the people, we can do the campus. So strategically, that thing was very different, that he was more involved into strategic than coming on-ground operations and messaging people. And that's what is one of the most important things for the sales teams right now. Sales teams are focusing more on operations, more on groundwork. They're not getting enough time to go and try to see that, okay, what's really wrong in my sales process? That's what the biggest issue is at the particular moment. They're not getting enough time, enough leverage, enough freedom to reach out and eventually strategize the whole business plan. Strategize what are the campaigns which we need to run. And AI could help them. The models which we have currently eventually can help them and make that happen. So a question, which is, will AI replace sales teams or just make them smarter? Now, when I say, will AI replace sales teams or just make them smarter? So I'll tell you one of the stories. So Second Brain is funded by Infosys leaders, ex-Infosys leaders, and he was there for about 30 years. And I told him this statement that, of course, we are building for 1.5 years. I told him the statement is, will AI replace sales team? And he was straight away, absolutely not. And that is the belief which we had, even if you're working towards a space where we are saying a bold statement that we are firing our sales team. Now, that is one question. Or another point of view to think about this, or AI will make them a little smarter. And that's what I was saying, that we can have fewer people who are good people. We are giving them enough sort of course, salaries and all. And they are more into terms of strategic point of view, strategic thinking. They're spending more time into strategizing the set of things. So the question is not really about will AI is really going to replace it. It's not about that. AI or the models which we have is going to enhance or make our team a little bit more smarter. And that's what our belief has been there for the last a year and a half. Now, as I was telling one example, that's why I said hiring, the Winnie Immigration had around 50 SDRs, 50 salespeople, and they were expecting Second Brain to just do two conversions per week. That is insane thing which is happening at the moment. Now, I will try to not go in technical details, but I will just let how eventually all of this thing is possible is the rise of the open source models. And of course, the previous speaker was speaking on that only, is how the open source models and the is helping second brain or second brain like companies, not only us, there are several companies, how they're helping us or other companies to get this, whatever we are building. Now, when I say open source models, there was GPT, of course, the open AI, and most of the people think if they're building some sort of chatbot, it's just a wrapper. No, absolutely not. We are not a wrapper. And nowadays, nobody can afford to be a wrapper, that you're just taking an API and putting on top of it, and then, okay, you're just giving a prompt that behave like this, and then perform. Absolutely not. There are continuous advancements which is coming across. You must have heard about DeepSeek. You must have heard about a lot of LLMs, not only just DeepSeek. There are so many LLMs which is coming across, which is not even in your point of view, but they're subject matter expert. For example, I'll take one example. Second Brain is building a persuasion engine. Persuasion LLM, which eventually helps a particular sales company to use that into persuading someone. There might be a medical company who are building a specific targeted towards LLM. Now, subject matter experts are being developed. The subject matter, when I say for a specific topic, specialized, which we call this as a term, specialized models are being developed. And they are not only kind of helping you to do a specific task, but they are overall enhancing the process. Now, when I say they're creating a tons of opportunities, they're also leveraging or removing tons of opportunities. And when I say removing tons of opportunities, those people are probably who are not upskilling themselves. So I'll tell you one of the stories. So yesterday we posted some posts on LinkedIn that hit around 500,000 impressions across our social media, and lot of people, not just a small segment of people, a lot of people agreed from whatever we posted, which is our We Are Firing campaign. But our message was that you can do more with it, upskill yourself. That was our message. But the message was perceived very differently. The message was perceived that how can you say that AI will replace it? That is the kind of a mindset which we are having. I mean, that's insane. So, especially in the Indian context, that needs to be fixed. When I talk to the US people, from the Europe side, I see a different point of view. I say, okay, I can do this efficiently, I can do this faster, I can do this probably a little bit cheaper than what I've been doing. It's great. They will try to, okay, how can I upskill? But the message was perceived very differently. So for my point is that we are not just talking about creating tons of opportunities, but we are also talking about that there are opportunities which can be easily replaceable with the help of an AI. And I told you the process. The process was around 5 to 6 steps process where second brain only automates the sec 2, but there might be companies, there might be people who are helping them to probably create an avatar, and this, instead of you going in a meeting, an AI going in a meeting, and that's possible. I've seen it happening, that going and pitching out a product. It may be that it will take a little bit more time, but it is coming in. And that's what is a kind of a very exciting thing, and as well as concerning thing for the entire people. So I will end my topic, but what I want to know is, I want to see if you have any questions, and let me know, just raise your hand, and we can take some questions across it. Mike? Come again?
Actually, my question is very simple.
Yeah.
I'm basically in the finance background.
Okay.
Okay. And it is more from macroeconomics point of view. Okay. Now, this is like a hypothetical situation. Okay. Let's say company is employing 500 sales guys. Okay. Whatever.
Right.
And let's say you are developing a product and some other products are coming up. Roughly, like, of course, it is a very hypothetical thing. Like, from what you are saying, you are an expert in that area. With your software, with other software, this 500 people, as you say, some good guys can do the job.
Yeah.
So, let's say in 5 years' time, these 500 guys, I mean, how many guys you will need with your software? Roughly, okay?
So you're saying to how many guys will meet?
Yeah, I mean, like, let's say I'm a CEO of a company, like I have to pay. You see, the cost of a human being is enormous. You have to pay insurance, blah, 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 right? So if I have AI software, why should I employ guys, right?
Okay, nice question.
And not only that, and the second part of the question is, see, that is actually more bigger issue.
Okay.
Like the economy today, let's say America.
Yeah.
70 to 80% is consumerism, okay?
Yep.
Now, if you get rid of, let's say, 400 employees are there, and then you, typically what is going to happen, that is my guess is, like you will be probably employing 50 guys, and you will give them astronomical salaries, something like that, right?
Right.
So that will destroy the economy. You see what I mean, right? Because unless you have consumer, this whole foundation of this economy, it will blow up like crazy. You see what I mean?
Agreed.
So this whole, because as an investor, I'm trying to kind of explore these areas, because we are trying to see the future.
Right,
and so
right.
my idea of coming here is to see what is going on.
Right.
Anyway, thank you.
So I will add a point. First of all, so I agree with you on your second question, and that is a big debate. That is a kind of a conversation which is a separate conversation. I want to talk about the first conversation, is that why a company need to hire even a one employee if an AI software could do it, and that is the a question. Now, when I say AI can help you to do this, let's say that you have 10,000 leads which you want to reach out, and then you want to sell your products to them. So when I say AI reaching out to all these 10,000 people, there is someone who needs to strategize. AI does not have that reasoning enough, or kind of those technical details which is enough at the particular point of time, who can direct them to that you need to do a reach out and then try to do this particular set of tasks. So there should be someone who is strategizing that what you need to do. So it's like you're having a manager who is managing the AI to do some sort of task. So instead of 500, you might just have 100 people, and then just those 100 people are directing an AI software to do those set of tasks. So that's a kind of the word which I usually say, that you don't need a lot of people to do tasks. Now AI can actually help you to do more with less, and that's what the notion is. Doing more with less, and that's what the AI softwares and the current paradigms which is coming across, that's what it helps to do. Doing more with probably less people, but better than what you have been doing prior.
But what is the trajectory of the technology? You see, obviously today it is just infancy, right? It is a child actually.
Right.
Now, as you scale up, 500 going to 100, right? Then going to 10. And then boom. You see what I mean? The problem is, it's basically a cyclical issue actually. Anyway, I don't want to take any more time.
Yeah. Makes sense. I agree with you, sir, on that. That the trajectory is, if I see, so I'll tell you how it eventually happened. In 2019, nobody knew that this is coming in. I was an Artifact, and Artifact was developing something similar solutions, which is helping, making support agents, sales agents and all. So they were doing reach outs, and at that time, GPT and all these tools were not there. As soon as it came, it eventually surpassed a lot of things. And Artifact is closed, by the way. Now, see, an AI made a company vanished. And that's what you're trying to say, that the trajectory is that up from 100 to 10 and then over. Then that's the kind of the trajectory which we see. But at this point of time, which we perceive that with our notion that people can do more with less. And that's what we are seeing a notion at this point of time. Yes.
Yeah, my question is, how do you deal with the receiving end of the sales call? So you're saying use AI to do sales, right? But if an AI is doing sales to me, and I find out, okay, it's an AI, I'm gonna be pissed off. Because like, why is a real human not talking to me? Why is an AI talking to me? So how do you deal with that? Because I've also been trying to do the same thing in my company, and it's not been going well. Because people are like, how could you use AI for us and that kind of stuff.
Makes sense. So it's all about, if somebody is coming and a chatbot is coming to you and saying that, talking in a robotic language, people will get it. Of course, people would not want that to happen. And the perception is that if it is an AI, then it's not something of useful. That's the perception. And that's what the perception is being over right now. That right now, the AI models are just like having a conversations, of course, with the proprietorship models, are having conversations better than humans and more insightful and more kind of a persuasive conversation. So the human will not mind. Because I'll tell you one of the statistics, 99% of our chats, which is done by second brain, they don't perceive it as an AI. And even if they perceive it, they're getting enough information out of it. So the perception has to be removed that AI means something which is robotic and all. That is the perception which is there, and which I think slowly being removed also over the period of a time. Several companies are adopting it. India's biggest at the growth school, TopMate, all these companies are right now using Second Brain and other AI tools to help them to grow their sales process. So I think that's the perception which is hopefully being removed.
Right, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, hey here.
Okay, sorry.
It's really interesting, and I think the gentleman had a future vision how it is going to be, right?
Yeah.
So on that lighter note, so maybe in a MLDS 2030, we'll not see any presenters here. So because everyone will be doing the same thing, and will be using the software itself. Apart from that, as a lighter note, so what are the area it cannot reach? Like for example, there is so many sales area in different areas, right? And using this AI, what are the other areas which cannot reach? And maybe if you guys already done on R&D on those things, maybe if you could put some lighter note on that, maybe it will help for us and whoever it is there.
Makes sense. So the areas which I personally think, and I've given a check mark also there, that lead generation at this point of time. So lead generation is about that how can you find the right people to reach out? And that's a big problem. That's a simple question, but that's a big problem. And AI cannot handle at this point of time that creating the right message. You need to tell that AI. So if you hire an AI SDR, you need to go and train them. Now, that is one of the big area is, the first one is, of course, letting AI to know what to do and what not to do. And still AI does not have the capability right now to figure out what to do and what not to, until unless you provide them with examples or you train them over the period of a time. I think that's the first, which is generation of the leads, crafting an offer. Second is the last one. Human still needs to be involved into going and taking the calls. And that's not still possible by AI, and human would not like it. And that's the personal and genuine connection. So I think that's the another area where human still is involved in taking the calls, in making sure that we are selling it or strategizing it. So I think these two areas are eventually will take more, and probably we'll see a better results, companies making more revenue than it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
So I think we are time's up, and thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed having a conversation with you. We'll probably talk soon. And you can message me on LinkedIn. I'm available on LinkedIn. I'm a little active over there. And you'll find more such statements of we are firing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayush. Doing more with less, something to think about. We'll just wait a couple of minutes before we call in the next speaker.
Yeah.
Let's move on to our next session. AI is transforming industries, but deploying agentic workflows at scale comes with its own challenges. Here to demystify this process are two experts from EY's GDS Consulting Data and AI team. Anurag Mishra, a senior technical lead, specializes in designing and deploying end to end AI applications, helping clients navigate AI transformation. Puneet Narang, Associate Director, brings 23 plus years of experience having led large scale AI initiatives at IBM and EY. In their session, Deploying Agentic Workflow in Production at Scale, they'll share real world insights on scaling AI. Let's put our hands together to welcome Anurag Mishra and Puneet Narang to the stage.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Okay. Welcome everyone this afternoon for this session. The session is deploying multi-agent systems in production at scale. I am Puneet Narang. I'm part of EY GDS. I lead the FS side, like mainly I work on the AI solutions. I lead a team of data scientists. And Anurag, who's my colleague, he's part of our team. And he's also a senior data scientist in our team. And he also is working on agentic and some of the generative AI applications. So I hope everybody is, I think it's post-lunch, so I hope everybody is not feeling sleepy. We will try to make it as interesting as possible. It will be slightly tech-heavy. We have tried putting a lot of content on, to ensure that you guys get the real, considerations, what should be done on the productionization part. I think we'll go to next slide. Huh? Okay. Can you put a screenshot mode? Okay. Okay. So we are at an inflection point in year 2025. You might have seen most of the organizations are now thinking about adopting agentic AI. and this year, if you look at most of the corporates, enterprises, they want to leverage agentic AI and multi-agent systems for automating their applications or processes, like making autonomous decisions and transforming their businesses. So this year is going to be very critical. But what is happening is the prototyping, as you know, most of the clients whom we speak to, they are right now in the lab phase. They are just experimenting. They're doing POCs, pilots, right? They have still yet to move to production because this has been a very new system. Like they have recently come, right, agentic AI, and everybody's learning, right? Frameworks are evolving, and everything, or the tooling is evolving. Everything is evolving right now, okay? And if I were to, on a lighter note, give a very, I just want to make the mood lighter, and like compare POC pilot versus a production is like, I hope everybody has dated when you did, right? What you have big plans. You think that you will go to Mumbai, Worldly, you will have a 5-bedroom hall. Everything looks picture perfect. You want to do things. You want to go honeymoon for somewhere, right? In Switzerland, and you have a lot of dreams, right? And that you start. But the moment your marriage comes and you have commitment, right? You have hard facts. You think that, then you realize that you have limited money in hand. You have you have your there are certain things that you have to, constraints are there, right? You have to, you start hitting the hard facts, and that's where you realize that, and you get grounded, right, on what should be with the real, what you would want to do is in the real moment, right? That's where same thing I wanted to give you as an analogy. With this, that is where we talked about that making the production is the real thing because everybody's innovating. The algorithms are there. But the key thing is about scaling, right? If you're able to scale, if you're able to make it successful in the enterprises, you see more adoption. And that's where we'll see the success. So that's our key message that I'm going to focus on. This slide is just put for context because I think already in this whole, there are so many sessions happening on what is multi-agents. I don't think I need to introduce what is multi-agent systems. And like everybody knows what is X supervisor, planning agent, right? All these tools, etc. Everybody is aware of. So I'm not going to cover this in details because my core focus is on productionizing AI. But what I want to say is that agentic systems, if you look at defining, these are autonomous and adaptable systems, which are able to, autonomously able to take decisions. They can automate tasks. They can course correct themselves based on the feedback, or based on the context that they're getting, and they're able to adapt themselves. That is what is the agentic systems. And if you look at the example that is given on project management agent, some scenario they've given, just think through in the future. Analogy is that in future you will see projects getting smoothly executed. May or may not be, but this is the vision that everybody has, that project manager agent will work with a department agent, and they will all work together seamlessly, hand over tasks from each other without wasting time, without going for cigarettes and without wasting time, and things will get smoothly done. That's what the vision, I think, of the multi-agent system is. They want to automate the process in the future. I don't want to spend more time because this is more like a very high-level thing. Let's go to next slide. Okay, so this is where the real thing starts. So when you're trying to scale up your multi-agent systems, you will encounter, and I don't know how many of you have really gone into production. Anybody has put any multi-agent systems in production? Any question? Anybody in the audience has taken it through production for any enterprises? Oh, great. Okay, so okay, there are 2-3 people. Okay, so the people are still evolving. So it's still evolving. So, and no surprise that only 2 people have, or maybe very few people. So if you look at the challenges that you face, is that the frameworks are still evolving. There are limits in the frameworks, no matter how mature they are, in terms of number of agents that you can add, the number of API calls they can do, right? And the moment you start adding more agents, there's an issue of context management, state management, because those issues start hitting, right? So it is not easy to do that. And also second is the selection of agent pattern, which agent pattern to select, which frameworks to select is very important activity. And if you select the wrong one, you might again face up challenges, and then you might again have to start from the ground zero because the design is not right, then you will again have challenges. Same thing in terms of the agent collaborations, because in multi-agent systems, there are supervisor agent talking to other agent. They all have rules, right? And there's also in the rules, and many times when the agents are coordinating with each other, there's communication happening. They might go into infinite loop. There might be issues where the right context or state is not forwarded to the other, passed to the other agent. That may go into agent may not be able to answer correctly. So these issues are practical and do come. Like same thing with tooling. So what happens is the agents have toolings with them. The agents call tooling, right? Sometimes if the arguments are not properly passed, it might not be able to evoke the right, it might not be able to execute the correct. Like if you are expecting, for example, JSON output, but what we've seen from the practical experience is that, out of 10 times, maybe 1 or 2 times it will happen if you're not fine-tuned your prompts, or if you've not done the right way of fine-tuning, it will not give the right JSON format output. And if the right JSON format output is not there, for example, then the upstream or the downstream agents or the tools will not be able to take action further, right? Because it has not got the format that it expected. So it might fail. There are other issues also, like when you're trying to evoke tools or the function calling or whatever, then if the API calling is not asynchronous, and you just did a POC, and you had agents giving tasks to the sub agents, and sub agents giving it to the tools. One API is still being called, and it's taking 3-4 minutes. In the meanwhile, because the system's autonomous, there is another call. It will find out the agent is busy. The first call is still not synchronous. So you have to think through asynchronous actions. So those things are very important considerations and need to be evaluated. Same thing if you look at in the when you are having a role, for example, each agents, one is role. The second is you also have agents play some. You have to select the agent, what agent, like how it will perform. what action. Like for example, like what you call agentic control, we scale it, control toolkit. So whether it's behaving like a reflection agent, whether it's behaving like a React agent. So all that definitions and the prompts, and it has to be grounded. If you don't put that properly, it may also have an issues. So you have to be very careful. And other thing is that every time when you're calling, you have to also think through error handling. You have to think through what is a fallback plan. And these are the things which in the POCs you would not do. But when you start doing in the production, you realize this challenges come. Other is like if you are trying to scale up like to a few thousand users, and users are there, whether whether you have to, for example, Microsoft said PTUs or tokens per limit, whether that's getting exceeded, you might need to think through a load balancer. There are a lot of other things in scaling when you're doing vertical scaling or horizontal scaling, which I'm going to cover, which you also have to think through, because those things will not come when you're doing a small POCs, because in POCs you are just doing 10, 20 users. That time, those things will not be of that much consideration. But the moment you scale up, these things start popping up and you start having issues. Okay, so this takes us to the next slide. This is what this is translating from the last challenges. So this talks about what could be the key production considerations when you're going to implement multi-agent systems in production. What are the different consideration? What all you should think through, right? I think you have to first and the foremost thing is you have to start with the design part. If the design is not right, and you've not selected right patterns, if you've not selected right tooling, and you're not thought through the use case in detail, whether the use case requires a role-based agents or that's a task-based automation, then the first step itself is wrong, right? We will not be able to move ahead, and you might be with the wrong start. So you have to design this properly, okay? Once you've done that, you know to think through the memory management. Memory management is also very critical because memory, it helps you in the context management in the near term. If you're having any conversation the multi-agent system is having, or the recent conversation, it maintains its own like a snapshot of the historical summary of the conversation, through which it is able to get the context. So think it like a sticky notes on the recent conversation. If you in your room, if you put a recent conversation, sticky notes is something which is called a short-term memory. And the long-term memory is about, I'm going to cover that in more details, like the episodic memory, semantic memory, how over the period of time agent can improve, how can it have a flash memory. So all those things you have to plan properly, because when you're going to do this in the production, these things becomes very critical. Because if you're not factored and properly thought through that, and also in the current system, some of the frameworks which are available in the market may give you option to fine-tune memory up to a level. Some of them will not give you, okay? Because they have just come in the market, there are limited configuration options available. So depending on the use case, you need to really think through how granular level of memory management you want. And that has to be taken. Next is on the evaluation. I think evaluation is very important, because if you do not evaluate your system or the LLM, like the whole agentic flow, you will not be able to understand, and unless you go through a couple of iterations, you will never be able to get to a right consistent output. So evaluation is very key. This is the whole topic I think we're going to cover, so I'm not going to spend too much of time here. Then there's a design pattern I've covered, I think. Then the user interaction, how the UI should be designed, and then the observability and guardrails. Observability is also very important, because you want to monitor what is happening in each level, whether one agent is handing over to second agent or not, task getting executed. You want to know what is happening behind the scenes, so that if there are any errors, you should be able to fine-tune your system and fix them. And the same thing is with the guardrails. The guardrails are very important, because if you don't have guardrails, you are potentially exposing yourself to the security risks of your system. And multi-agent system, because they interact a lot with external, internal environments, they make API calls, they can go to internet, because for tooling, you have to be extra cautious in what you do. Okay, so this covers very high level the solution design. When you're designing the solution, you have to look through different considerations. So starting with, if you look at when you get the requirements from the client, you have to first see whether it's a single-step process or a multi-sequence process. It is a role-based or non-role-based process, what you are going to automate, right? Whether it's a sequence of tasks or how much level of autonomy is required. If you don't have clarity, you may end up with, doing wrong selections for the next phase, which is a design consideration. So the second level design considerations helps you select the right frameworks, right tooling, right patterns. So you need to know level of autonomy and whether you need planning, whether it's deterministic process, what it is. And that your selection of whether you use Q.ai or all the other frameworks is going to very strongly depend upon that. Because some systems like Q.ai or LangGraph are very good in the role-based. There are some frameworks which are very good in sequence-based. So these decisions are very important. Then the network pattern, what level of hierarchy? Is it going to be multi-level hierarchy or single level of hierarchy? So that is also you have to design. If you don't design it properly, how the logic will flow and the controls will flow, and the state information sequence will flow. If you don't have thought through, it may again create an issue. Then about the infosec requirements, etc., you have to think through. And then these will lead to eventually a functional requirement. You will select the LLM. For example, LLM also you have to select based on your reasoning, level of reasoning required. If you are doing very high reasoning, you need to take some the models which are very good at reasoning. Similarly, you need to do framework selection. You need to select the layers, tooling, and guardrails, the non-functional requirements. All this you need to select. This is very critical. These are again scalability best practices. So it is very important, like very easy to do 10, 20, 50 users or simple deployments. The moment you hit thousands of users or some scalable systems, you have to look at each level, platform level, pattern like selection of the patterns. For example, when you do agent level, like you need to know and you need to read through each of the frameworks, how many number of calls can handle, how many number of agents per account you are eligible. For example, AWS Bedrock only supports 100 agents per account, and it supports in the default configuration that you get, and it supports only 10 agents addition. So each framework have their own limitations on how much agents they can do, how many interactions can be done, how much conversation can happen between, flow can happen between each agent to other agent. So you have to, I'm just put very simple 2-3 metrics, but there's a detailed metrics we need to think through when designing. Same thing for the tool level. So tool level, you have to think through what mechanisms to select, interruption features, asynchronous calling, because if you put a synchronous calling, again, we'll have a bandwidth, like it will not be able to scale. Queue management, because if you are doing too many, if you have too many tasks flowing in, and if you not thought through a queue management, the agent will overflow. Like the tooling, it is not completed, but the previous task is there, and some more calls need to be made. So you have to think through a queue management and incorporate that. These are not, you will not find in any of the standardized, you will see the content, but when you go practical, it will be very important to do that. So like how do you handle tool failures on the synchronization calls is a very important. And similar thing, model level also. Context window, token limit issue, how many tokens per minute you can do. So all these are very critical conditions, important things to handle. And same thing is with the memory management. So I think this may look like a spaghetti for you, but we are showing for, we've taken one example where like you are doing an agent assist type of scenario where like like the chat bot, it is assisting on some user conversation, like the agents are assisting and giving answers for a client advisor on wealth management queries. But think through how we have designed the memory part, right? You have to think through procedure memory, you have to think through episodic memory, short-term memory. So you can see, I think I will not go through that, but short-term memory you will use, you will be using for context management. For long-term memory, episodic, procedural, semantic, this is all used for like a knowledge of the agent code and past experiences. It's just like if you have a past album, your episodic memory is like a past album. You have a photo album, and you want to go back and refer to that for what happened 1 year back, what we did, or a couple of weeks back. So this I'm taking very simple, but you need to think through and create your own diagram on how do you manage memory, and some very complex memory managements when doing scalable deployment. You have to plan this properly, and we have spent days on this. So it might think like a very simple topic, but eventually in some cases we have to look at open source and go there and because it was giving only there we were getting options to customize it. Otherwise some frameworks were not giving option to customize. Without customizing, in some case studies, in some scenarios or some use cases, you will not be able to achieve the desired results. Okay, with this I'll hand it over to Anurag in the next section. Thank you.
So hello everyone, and thanks Puneet for this wonderful setting a tone for the session and providing such a great overview of the challenges in multi-agenting system. So be honest, is it just me or that who feels that we just learned how to deploy LLM application in production last year, and now this multi-agent comes into picture with new set of challenges to make our life more miserable. But it's not. Hello guys, my name is Anurag, and today we are going to talk on some of the key challenges that we face while developing this solution. And believe me, these are the ones that we handpicked for the presentation. Otherwise, talking on all the challenges we face will take a session on its own. So, so as an example, we take one of the solution that we build for our client. So using this is kind of supervisor, for those of you who don't know, this is sort of supervisor worker pattern where there will be set of agents and there will be one supervisor. So these agents will not collaborate to each other, rather there will be a supervisor who kind of orchestrate this collaboration between agent. Now, we divided our challenges into mainly three categories. First category is basically managing supervisor at the start. The second category, which is kind of a most evil part of this entire flow, which is collaboration of agent. Now, the third category is handling of the tools. Uh, so let's start with the first category, which is like a handling if the supervisor managing task properly or not. And there we want to, because supervisor task is most important. We have to ensure and assign, allocate tasks, delegate tasks properly across this entire agentic flow. Uh, Probably I will go over back and forth, discuss approaches on this thing, and we go again to make better understanding. Now, for making sure if our supervisor is able to allocate tasks properly, we found that asking agent to provide reasoning on why it is allocating tasks to this agent, not to this agent, is incredibly helpful. It provides some transparency and also provide like additional enhance basically this decision making. Additionally, including some dynamic few short examples along with some business logic really makes the deal for us and really improve supervisor flow there for us. Now, next come to part of like the most evil part, which I mentioned, collaboration issue with the collaboration of agent. There are mainly three challenges, like which we obviously all know that. One, because these agents are highly interdependent on each other. And let's say so we want to make sure that our response we are using is more structured. So the response which each agent is providing is much more restricted in terms of the way it provides structure, more structure. The other thing is like using the efficient memory, as Puneet already highlighted, that people usually take memory management very lightly, but it is very crucial to manage this so agent aware of like what's happening right now and simultaneously make appropriate decisioning. Now the third part is really always like, so in cases like when you see you want to regulate your collaboration of agent, is always try to prefer like a supervisor pattern. There are different pattern out there like reflection, supervisor workflow, and a lot of that, but prefer that supervisor one if you want to regulate your orchestration and collaboration between agent. Now I think the elephant in the room, which is the latency. Most of the client has faced that, like even some of the project that we build, because these LLMs uses underlying, so these agent using underlying LLM, which actually takes time to process your response and provide the answer. This will lead to the additional latency in you. And what works for us is like first started with your multi-region deployment nearest to your client location, like where you want to serve your client. And also use kind of a API gateway to make sure you don't hit 2 token per minute limit. And the other aspect is to use caching as much as possible. I'm sorry. Now this is like about the agent collaboration. Now comes to tool management. So mostly like there are three issues with the tool management. We want to restrict tools into sensitive or unsensitive category. Like we want to restrict, let's say there are some processes, let's say in this example, we want to make sure like when wealth advisor agent responses, it doesn't responsive from someone else's account. It's only responsive to your account information only. So you have to put some identity management system to at a tool level also. So that is also very crucial. Now be honest, these tools handling can be prone to error. So we want to make sure what if they fails, we have to handle these scenarios also. So let's say there we are talking on some of the approaches we take, like in terms of like if what if it's like, and there is also other aspect in terms of agent part. Let's say you are building the reflection agent, right? You have one editor and researcher. And let's say you ask something, your agent to do some research on behalf and like ask editor to improve it. And your LLM missed to bring out some key information that you want to do. So putting some validation checks and some self-reflection prompt that actually helps you to ensure that it covers all the key information that you want it to retrieve. And human intervention also could be a good proposal here to actually use these examples. Now the third challenge, like what if in case of tools fails? So it's always good to put some default responses to make sure, or alternative tools calling and something to ensure these you handle this scenario. Now 8 challenges is very important, and it only comes when you are running very unsynchronized call. And this is very unique, and we also did not thought of it initially, but we encounter one. And this challenge occur when, like, let's say, supervisor allocating tag asynchronously, and one agent is failed to retrieve answer first, and it kind of failed there, because it's missed out there. So enabling and building a separate queue to maintain like which agent retrieve first, which agent second, is highly crucial, because sometimes when you're running asynchronous call, you may miss out there. So it's always good to keep track using a queue so that you don't miss that calling thing. Now comes the part, like one of the crucial part in terms of evaluation. So I just want to raise one few raise of hand, like how many of you really pull your hairs and yell loudly on your AI agentic assistant when it provides you useless response? Okay, I thought it is just me. Uh, so yeah, obviously evaluating agentic, multi-agentic system can be complicated because there are a lot of component involved in it, right? So it's always best practice to dig dive into a individual component level, which is like if the supervisor is doing the right job, if the tool does not encounter error, and if it is taking right path, along with the end-to-end flow, like if the final answer is good, right? But there are so many metrics you are there. You can see there is final output we are checking, we are supervisor checking. So sometimes developer faces problem like where to start debugging. Because that could be tricky because you are overwhelmed with these many metrics now, how you don't know how to start. So we usually take this debugging approach that works out well for us. Feel free to share like if something works out well for you. So obviously first we start with see our end-to-end response is our final good, and if it is good, we yells out loudly that we did it, and if it not, we go over to see if the supervisor is assigning right tags or not. And if it doesn't, then we try to fix it. And then we go over inside each individual agent if it is actually calling the right tool or not. And if it is, then it is good. Otherwise, we fix it. Now it try to go into the, if the tool is actually providing right response, if it is not failing, right, we try to check that. And if it doesn't, then again, we go fix it. Now, in the last part, we have done everything that we can in terms of optimizing our solution, but it's still not working. So now we have to rethink that the ground truth that we created is too complex to handle by this our existing solution in our current form or not. And we have to kind of recreate and our ground truth query or the answer of it. And that's how iteratively you try to debug and optimize your current flow. Now, in the earlier slide, we discussed at a high level like how debugging works, how this flow works, right? But how to build one from the scratch. So because most of people like don't go on, first build the solution, then build the evaluation pipeline. But what we noticed, like it is always good to invest some initial time on building evaluation pipeline that enable to do iterative testing much faster than rather what you could do just not having a proper eval pipeline. So there are 3-step strategy that we took. The first one is obviously start with building ground truth data, right? But your ground truth data comprises actually everything that you want to evaluate. So at a high level, it should have like end-to-end evaluation, your input and your output. And your input should be there, and that trajectory, expected trajectory that LLM should take. And similarly, your each individual agent that you want to evaluate, like if it is calling the right tool or not. These, I feel free to take picture. I'm not going to speak over it and bore you with it. But yeah, at a full level, like we kind of have this end-to-end evaluation and corresponding metrics to it. And these are not fixed metrics. Feel free to, based on your domain, based on your use case, these metrics could vary. But so these are there. In terms of trajectory, we also have, and stepwise is basically our individual component. Now come to the last part, like when we define this middle strategy, now comes the last part. In last part, what people usually do is like they only test it with respect to ground truth, our performance, which is could be a good parameter, good metrics for us to understand if it's working or not. But because, and kind of when you compare it with ground truth, chances that you may not get best performance, let's say 80, 90%, you may become hopeless. So it's always good to test with the previous run also. So that like if you are optimizing it with respect to previous run or also with respect to ground truth. And these kind of experiment that we can do. Now let's dig deeper like on the individual level, like how to work on these things. Now comes to part where like how to build this ground truth data from the scratch, because this is also very tricky. I don't think any client or any stakeholder will have time, will willingly spend their time building their data for you, right? They are not paid enough to become a human annotator. And it's very costly. Believe me, it's very costly to hire one also. So in that case, what is recommend? We would recommend is like first start with very small set of ground truth questions. You already build one solution, be it like good enough. It should not be that well enough, but it should be working. Build your solution, and then take the responses, right? And take these different various responses. Let's say it should be, and then ask human to annotate just to rectify the ones which he feels are incorrect, and this way iteratively like improve and build your ground truth data from scratch. And this is like kind of step, always start small and use LLM as much as possible to build this data, so that your stakeholder should not feel like bombarded with the more extra work. So far we discussed about how to build evaluation pipeline from scratch, and also what's the benefit of it. And this is kind of a not this is kind of not that related to evaluation pipeline, but rather the underlying LLM that we are using there. And I think just one raise of hand, how many of you uses like LLM as a just to evaluate your model performance, be it be like multi-agent or on the normal LLM application, LLM as a judge. So I guess like you can agree with some of the challenges which I mentioned here, that every time you run your LLM eval pipeline, you get a different response, or like your response varies a lot. And we took some of these approaches that works out well for us, and that made us like equal almost 85 to 90% similar LLM evaluation as similar as human annotator, like if human go on evaluating one. And this approach is not related to our strategy of agentic evaluation, but rather like how better we can approach this use LLM as a judge. So first is basically uses this framework, like instead of numeric number, rather use the binary thing. Feel free to build out your domain specific thing. And the most critical part, use the self-consistency approach. Like, ask 5 times and take the majority one. And these are few approaches which actually work out well. So now comes the lesson learned. And I'm not going to bore you with reading each one of these. So feel free to take pictures and read it later when you get time. But just to provide, I will become a chat GPT for you and provide a summary here. So the key summary is ground truth is good. You always build one, and never think that once you build this ground truth, never think it is static. keep refining it because it's something which you have built, and keep refining as you know, do this experiment and testing there. And the second is using LLM as a judge. You know, always do this iteratively because it may take some cost, but it definitely increase your development time way faster. So invest time in building evaluation pipeline there. So probably now, thanks a lot. I will hand over to Puneet on that.
Okay, I think this gets covered in the non-functional requirements, because when you're implementing any LLMs or agents, multi-agents, you definitely want to put guardrails, right? Because if you don't put guardrails, you're exposing your company resources, everything, right? And the important data to security risks. And most of the, if it's a financial companies, they will have a strict controls and risks, right? So you have to you have to manage those controls, and against the controls, you have to think through a mitigation plan. So if you look at, if it was single LLM, your only exposure is at one level, right? Because you're a single agent. But when it is multi-agent, and each agent is having tools, and the tools can call, say, Serve API, or it can go to Google, or it can search internet, right? Because many places it is making external, internal calls. So there are multiple points of exposures in this whole multi-agentic systems. So you just need to, normally what happens in the LLM, you just put input-output controls, and you're done, right, at the level of the query level. But that approach will not work here, okay? You need to think holistically how the flow of information from one agent to other agent happening, at what points, what agent level, what tool level you are calling internet, or you are accessing some external APIs or tools which might bring in some risks. And that is where you have to put the guardrails. Okay, for example, this agent, execution agent, is going to call databases, a web search. You need to put some, you need to first put a handover guardrails, and then you have to put guardrails at tool level also. Okay, you need to think through, even for the the feedback, that at that level also you need to think through guardrails. So you have to think holistically on, when you're doing multi-agents, how the guardrails has to be designed. And this will not, you will not find it in booklet, but this, with the experience, you will know that at this stages it has to be put. Otherwise, I have not seen any articles telling at what level what should you put. They don't talk about just guardrails. Okay, and then the other thing is about monitoring, right? You have to monitor your multi-agents. Okay, so multi-agent monitoring is very critical. You have to monitor at system level, like what is the cost per task completion, what is latency, because the clients are going to measure you on the latency that you're doing, and they don't want in chat something, they put a, some question and it takes ages to come. So the latency is an important thing, cost is very important, and then your tokens usage is very common, right? But at agent level, how many steps each agent is taking, whether tasks are getting completed, they are getting failed, it is very important to track them. Similarly, what is success ratio, how much is the frequency of the API calls, error rates, all these are very important metrics you need to evaluate and you need to monitor, because then only you will know whether your agents or multi-agents are behaving properly or not. Then you have to, at a tool level, how much tools are failing, what execution time, are they not, so all that is important. Similar thing in the guardrail side, like prompt injection, loop detection, hallucinations. All this is important. Like, so each level you need to think through guardrails, and this is very high level covering, but it will be there. I think that's it. So if I need to just recap, last 1 minute. So when you're doing a productionization, you will have to think through holistically on multiple aspects, which includes your designing, security, guardrails, evaluation, right? And multiple other areas that you, like memory management. These are very important aspects. There might be more areas also, which I have not covered, but this will cover up probably 70–80% of the productionization considerations. Thank you all from our side. I think we are done. Thank you.
Yeah, we are happy to take questions if anyone. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
You talked about the ground truth, right? And you're saying that work on it, but any best practices to prepare the ground truth? Because that's the point where the whole crux is, like.
I'm sorry?
Ground truth preparation.
The ground truth, you talked about it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The slide. So any best practices to...
Any best practices for ground truth preparation?
For the ground truth, because that's the place where, example, not with the multi-agent flow, maybe something, let's say my agent is about, so something on the, let's say on the anomaly side of the house, you have very rare data.
Yeah.
Something like with the combinations of flows in our agents. humans cannot think about all those areas,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So how you will prepare the ground truth, right?
Yeah, so actually that's where I talk about like using existing solution that you build, like your first draft, to generate these answers. So that actually help us to build your initial draft and gives you a better picture, and then maybe ask. Then we like sometimes what happens, like let's say for example, I'm taking this simple example, like this example. Let's say I'm working in a branch, banking branch, and there are lots of documents. I only know some handful document that can serve this user customer query. But there are other documents which also talk about this, right? If a user asks a question, my LLM does not pick the one which I know, rather pick some other documents, right? Now I get to know, okay, these are other also documents that helps to answer, and I'm using this first draft of the answer provided by our solution to user, and later he will annotate it. So it will expedite the process of creating your ground truth from the scratch, and also take account of already existing document that you have, the knowledge that you use to build your first solution there, if it makes sense.
Yeah, so, but again, the documents you gave an example on
Yeah.
banking, but getting into a label data structure is a
Yeah,
tedious
yes,
activity,
I definitely agree, and we are using a lot of iterative process. Like after once we build our solution, right, we are using some back office tool where like user uses like manually annotate these data completely, and it's kind of combination of like using existing solution plus human annotator to build your data. And I agree, like it takes time to build one,
I mean,
definitely.
this is advice is use synthetic data plus human, mix them both, and use LLM as a judge whenever you like. I mean, like as a both augmented data for your ground truth, because just getting the ground truth maybe from the client may not be sufficient, right? And they may not be able to do that.
Yeah, maybe we can talk offline to
Absolutely.
discuss in
Thank you
detail.
so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Because it's not that like easy to explain.
Okay. Any other
Yeah.
questions quickly? I think we have
But
limited
we
time.
can talk offline.
Hey,
Yeah, there's one
Puneet.
question there.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Puneet.
Let's
Hi,
quickly
Anurag.
cover. Yeah.
So,
we have 4 minutes
thanks.
left.
It was very detailed information on agentic patterns, actually, in the deployments and everything. So, I just want to ask, whenever we implement all these approaches which you have just mentioned here, the very basic challenge we face is that prompts gets bigger, right, for each agents.
Right.
And maybe number of agents also increases whenever you follow some particular agentic pattern, right? Let's say you divide some task into multiple agents. So with these approaches, the chances are that your latency will increase in multiple
Definitely
folds,
increase. I
right?
mean, if you have say 7 agents in the pipeline and series in the series are 3 agents, each agent is taking 3-4 minutes. Then you put a question, it might take 9 minutes to come back response, which is not acceptable in many cases, right?
Right.
So that
Right.
will definitely be there, and that's why he was saying that you'll have to holistically look at each step by step, where you can do parallelization, where you can do caching, where you can the tree that you are creating one after one. How can you shorten that, make it flatten more? You know, if the latency is your challenge and that is a priority, then you have to design according to that. And
So-
also, if you have a lesser tree, less and flat tree, your context will also get better maintained. And you might end up putting 2 different systems and combine them together also. You have to think through innovatively. Because if you don't think
So
through...
is there something you guys also did on deployment side, that how would you deploy your agents in microservices fashion so that they scale well at least?
Yeah, yeah. So when you deploy the microservices, you will have to look at the transactions. The transaction are translating to how many tool calling, how many average higher side, how many agents are getting called, what frequency, how many APIs are getting called. All that you need to think through and see and put an adequate, like in the pass mode. If you're doing a pass, they need to provision those services accordingly. Like whatever, and you need, if they are, most of the cloud providers give you committed offerings, which will help you reduce latency. Otherwise, you can do a Docker deployment, and on your own you can do that. And other thing is that I mean, these things are very important.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Puneet. It was a very good presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions?
Yeah, I think one last
We can
question.
take one. Yeah, last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Anurag. Thanks, Puneet, for your wonderful session. And I do have some experience in working with this agent AI and deploying this. One of the challenges currently we are sitting on is number of API requests that you have highlighted in your last, and the
Right.
context window,
Right.
So how you are tackling? I mean, we have the limit up to 50 users or 100 users. Probably we could able to manage it. However, if things are going beyond, like we want to scale it from 100 to 500 users, then number of API requests, it becoming challenging for us. Then what is your perspective? How we are going to solve it and how you are solving in your production?
I think there are two things, right? When you are making number of calls are happening, your tokens per limit, right? Tokens for LLMs will increase because you are making more calls. And most of the LLMs, whether it's OpenAI or whatever, they will put their limit on how many, TP, like tokens per minute you can call. They will time out, right? So the option is that
Yes.
you put a load balancers and you can, load balance them across. You need to fork out your LLMs across regions, which are nearby regions, and then you need to put them in the load balancing. That is the easy way to do that. But Microsoft or others also, providers give you TPUs, something called as PTU, sorry, committed, LLM tokens per minute, which you have to, as an enterprise level, you have to go and talk to them, and they will give you, based on the capacity you need, you can take that because that will significantly help you in issues, solving these issues of number of API calls and LLMs not getting time out or not getting the tokens, right? Those issues can be solved by using that approach, either by load balancing or by using the other one. The context window problem is different. Context, if you are exceeding context window, if you're putting very large text, it's not getting, and you're not able to pass everything into one go to LLM because the context window is limited. Then between the different calls, if you're splitting the text, you need to pass the context yourself.
Chunking, yeah.
Sorry?
Chunking basically,
Chunking.
yeah.
So when you're chunking, so between the chunks, if they're logically linked, you need to summarize them, or pass the context between those different calls if you think that things are together, right? So that is how you need to solve it. So there are methods to do that, where you pass some additional context with each chunks, and if they're linked together, and that is where you can solve those. It might, and give references, and you summarize each of the chunk, and that you pass it the next chunk, so that it has a summary of the previous chunk. Something like that can also help. There are many strategies. This is talking about one strategy.
Thank you very much,
Yeah, thank
Anurag.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Yeah, feel free to connect offline. Yeah, I understand it's. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you. Thank
and
you, everyone.
Puneet, for that wonderful, insightful, and detailed session. Moving on to our next session, Ashita Prasad is a Google Developer Expert, WTM Ambassador, and recipient of the Google Open Source Award 2023. As founder and CTO of API Dash, she has empowered millions of developers through open source innovation. In her sessions, Agents Ahoy, the rise of multi-agent systems, she'll explore cutting-edge frameworks and real-world applications of intelligent agents. Get ready for an insightful talk. Please put your hands together to welcome Ashita Prasad to the stage.
So hi everyone, I am Ashita. I am a Google developer expert and I'm the founder and CTO of API Dash. So API Dash is basically an AI-powered next-generation API client, which can help you navigate your API ecosystem in a Dash. Since it is open source, you can find the code base on GitHub at GitHub FOSS42 API dash. So these are some of the most popular LLMs in the market today, be it O1 by OpenAI, DeepSeek R1 has taken the world by storm recently. We have Google's Gemini, we have Alibaba's Qwen, Meta's Llama, and Microsoft's Phi, and Anthropic's Claude. So if you closely look, the context window of most of these LLMs is around 128K. So context window is basically the token size that you can add as an input when you are asking for a response in an LLM. But only Google's Gemini has a context window of up to 2 million tokens. So what is the typical flow that we use to interact with an LLM? We ask a question, send it to an LLM, and the LLM then tries to understand what we are asking and gives us a response. And what are AI agents? So AI agents are basically software programs that can, collect a lot of data from the environment, analyze that data, basis some predetermined goal. And in other words, they are autonomous intelligence systems that can perform certain specific tasks. So now the question is that when I have a doubt or a query or a question, and I can get an LLM to answer it quickly, do I actually need an AI agent? So let me show that to you via an example. So this is me trying to figure out the best time to visit Bangalore. So what do? I prompt my LLM saying what's the best time to visit Bangalore. The LLM replies, the best time to visit Bangalore is from October to February. So how many of you feel that we are done here? None of you. That's great, because we are actually not done here. There are a lot of issues. So for example, it didn't ask me about my personal preference. What if I am wanting to visit Bangalore for religious purposes, I want to visit temples, or what if I'm looking for adventure? So it didn't ask me any of those questions. It didn't ask me any specific places, activities that I'm looking to do. It didn't take into consideration any weather patterns, crowd levels, tourist seasons. It didn't ask me a very key question. What is the price, the budget, and the duration that I have in my mind for my visit? And then it obviously didn't look into account any safety issues that as a woman traveler I should be aware of. So what do? I'm not going to sit through all that and try to make a research report while traveling. That's not the ideal thing, right? So I go to my trusty friend Rob, who's a travel agent. And what Rob does is that it uses its general purpose LLM to figure out the basic information about the place, be it the location, history, etc. Something that's available in the general knowledge. And then it will use its tools that are specialized, specially available to Rob. And these tools can be various databases. It can be various other external models that are specially fine-tuned for travel purposes. It can be various knowledge bases. Say, from your Make My Trip, it can figure out reviews and tell me stuff. And it can be your APIs. And using this, Rob then starts calling upon its team of agents, be it a weather check agent, which is going to check weather and tell me if there are any unpredictable weather changes that might occur, a real-time news agent, a safety evaluator agent, and it's also going to call upon its tools. Say an API to Make My Trip to figure out the price and duration for the timing that I want to travel to Bangalore, or the crowd levels, etc. And this entire thing, where a team of agents are working collaboratively together to solve a common goal, that is to make my Bangalore trip planning easier, is called an agentic system. So this is how the structure of an LLM agent looks like. So there are three basic modules here. You have the brain module, you have the perception module, and you have the action module. So the brain module is basically the controller of these agents. It will do tasks like, decision making, any planning that is involved. Then you have the perception model. Now your perception model can perceive and process multimodal information, be it text, image, anything. And action module is going to use these inputs to convert them into an action. And this action can actually influence its surrounding. So together, these three modules make up what we call an AI agent. So now the question is, what is the core difference between an LLM and an AI agent? So simply put, when you want to use an LLM, you have to give it a ton of prompts. But agent, it's all about the goals. Simply put, that's the crux of an agent. So now that we've understood what AI agents are, let us look at some of the agentic design patterns that are used in the industry today. So we'll be looking at 4 design patterns: reflection, tool use, planning, and multi-agent. So starting with reflection. So a lot of you might have actually prompted an LLM for a query and gotten unsatisfactory response. The thing that you do next is you try to prompt the LLM again and you try to figure out the right answer for it. You might get the answer, you might not get what you are looking for. But what if I tell you that there is a process where you can automate this critical feedback giving thing that you do to the LLM? And that process is actually called the reflection design pattern. So you can do it via prompt engineering, but the better way that is applied in the industry is having a multi-agent approach. So say if you want to generate code, so you will have 2 agents. One agent, which will be your coder agent, and the other agent will be your critique agent. So the coder agent is going to generate the code, and the critique agent will simply criticize it, find out errors that are there in the code. And the resulting interaction that happens between these 2 agents actually results in the output getting a lot more correct and accurate. The second design pattern that is used a lot is the tool use. So what tool use does is that it equips an agent with the ability to search and utilize various tools for, say, calling something from the internet, searching a data from the internet, manipulating data. So these things, tool use helps to do that. So for example, it can do web search, it can do code execution, or it can even run any other function. So let us see this example. So say I have an example and I ask the LLM, if I invest $100 at a compound interest of 7% for 12 years, what do I have at the end? So simply put, an LLM will try to figure out the answer for this using the transformer architecture. And it is very, very likely that it is going to come to an incorrect answer. So using tool use, what it is going to do is at the back end, it's going to call a Python code executor who is, say, going to try to figure out the value for 100 into 1 plus 0.07 to the power 12. And that is going to give a correct answer. So this is how tool use works. And today in the industry, tool use is being used by developers in a lot of different ways. So like while integrating web search, they also integrate a lot of productivity tools. So like I can do a search on the web, and at the same time, I can publish an update to Slack or WhatsApp using a single agent. The third design pattern is planning. So in this design pattern, what our agent does is when you give it a task, it tries to break it into smaller, simpler tasks that it can achieve. So instead of trying to attack a problem linearly in an ad hoc fashion, it is going to break it into various parts and try to tackle them one by one. So it will basically create a plan and attack that one by one, and this helps us in getting a more accurate result. And the last design pattern that I want to discuss is the multi-agent collaboration design pattern. So this pattern actually resembles a lot of what we do in the real life industry today. So say if there is the entire SDLC cycle, so you will have developers, you will have people who build the feature, you will have people who test the feature or your QA team, you will have product designers, you will have product managers, and you will have an entire suite. So this multi-agent collaboration breaks your task into smaller tasks based on roles that mimic the real life scenario of how it is done. And then it tries to tackle the problem one by one. So here, like you can see, this is the example that is shown for software development. You have a CEO, you have the entire designing team, you have the coding team, you have the testing team, and the documenting team. So in a multi-agent design pattern, all these agents will interact with each other, get outputs from each other, and continue their process. So a real world, very popular example of it can be Devin. And this is how we actually tend to work in real life as well. So now we will look at some of the multi-agent frameworks in action. So the first case is Dream Factory. So what Dream Factory does is that it is a framework that lets you generate multi-scene long videos which are coherent. So the way it works is that in a film production, typically you have script writers, you have art production designers, you have your artists, and you have your entire planning crew. So Dream Factory actually tries to mimic the physical real world AI production, real world film production into virtual film production. So this is an entire agentic system that has been built around it. So it has, it has your script writers, it has designers, it has artists, it has all those discussions that happens in a real world film set. So let us look at the example. As a user, you will just give one prompt. You will just say that I want a movie about a soldier defeating a dragon. That's set. That is what all as a user you have to provide to the framework. Now the framework is going to take your input and it will do a requirement analysis of it. It's going to create an entire requirement document out of it. And then it starts doing planning, where it will figure out everything that it has to do to generate a video based on the requirement that you have given. Now, after that planning, it's going to get into framework preparation, where it's going to do all the database setting, as in what are the characters that you need, what is the background that you need, and everything. And then it goes ahead and does script generation. Then it does scenes design, like you would do in a scene play. Then after the scene play is designed, each and every shot is designed. Then every keyframe is being generated. And finally, the video gets generated. and it uses either Sora or a stability kind of a model to generate the video. To maintain coherency across keyframes, there is typically a monitor model that is used, and that is how you can simply get the video that you want. The other example that I want to discuss is about Magnetic One. So Magnetic One is a general purpose multi-agent system that can let you do things that you do in your personal life as well as work related very easy. So the way it works is there is an orchestrator agent, and this agent, when you as a user provide a task to it, this agent does the planning, figures out all the tasks that it has to do. It does all the planning. It also tries to figure out what facts it has to look up, whether they are verified, or what guesses it has to make. And all those tasks that it has to do, it maintains a task ledger for it. And for each of the tasks, it maintains a progress ledger. And depending on whether the progress is updated or not, that is whether the task is completed or not, it calls upon a respective agent. So you can see at the bottom, there are 4 agents available to the orchestrator. So these 4 agents are the coder agent, which can write code and solve any task. The second is the computer terminal agent, which can execute the code that the coder agent has written. The third agent is the web surfer agent, which can browse the terminal. So it can fill forms, it can open any URLs. And the last is the file surfer agent, which can open files in your computer and navigate files as well. So basis on whether the task is complete or not, if the task is not complete, orchestrator agent calls the relevant agent to get the task completed and automatically keeps on updating its progress ledger. So what happens if no progress is being made? So here, if no progress is being made, the orchestrator agent actually goes back and rewrites his original plan. That is, the entire task ledger is rewritten. So there are actually 2 loops running here, an inner loop on the progress ledger and the outer loop on the task ledger. And this is how it actually does it. So say I give the Magnetic One a task, saying that the attached image contains a Python script. Run the Python code against an array of strings listed below, and output of the script is a URL containing C++ source code. Compile, run, and return the sum of the 3rd and 5th integers. So when I ask the orchestrator to do this, it's going to create a task list, it's going to create a progress ledger based on it, and it starts calling the relevant agents. So like in the first, it's going to call upon our file surfer agent, which will access the image and extract the code that we want. Then it calls upon the coder agent. And what the coder agent does is that from the image, it analyzes the Python code. Then it calls upon the computer terminal agent, which executes the code that has been extracted by the coder agent. Then it calls upon the web surfer agent, which will navigate to the URL and extract the C++ code. Then the coder comes in and it analyzes the C++ code, and then finally we execute the code on the using the computer terminal agent. So this is how Magnetic One works. So I also run this FOSS developers group on Discord, which is a group where open source enthusiasts and generative AI enthusiasts across the globe come to discuss about new technologies. So if you are looking to join this group, you can scan the QR code given on the screen. Here you can ask your doubts about any open source technology that you use or any generative AI technology that you use. It's a global group. So you'll find people across the world. So I'll move ahead. So that's it from my side. Uh, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me, or you can also ask on the Discord server.
Questions? Anyone? All right. Thank you, Ashita. Ashita will be outside. If you want to connect with her, you can do so. Thank you for this wonderful session, Ashita. Sure, we'll just break for 5 minutes before we start the next session. So, hello. Request you all to be kindly seated. We'll begin our next session. Building the future of supply chain with data. The next session is all about leveraging data-driven insights to modernize operations. Here to lead this discussion is Ganesh Kaliyappan, data engineering leader at Philips, with over 17 years of experience in designing impactful data solutions. In building the future, data strategies for modern supply chains, Ganesh will share how data and advanced technologies are transforming supply chains. Please put your hands together to welcome Ganesh to the stage.
Good evening, Bangalore. Hope you guys can able to hear me. Thanks, everyone. Today, I have seen from morning onwards, there was very heavily packed technical conversations. The next session would be for you guys to get little light, but also see where you can apply these Gen AI, Agentic AI, and latest AI, ML advanced analytics solutions that you are hearing throughout the day and next 2 days. See, how many of you here already know supply chain? Okay. How many of you in the data side of the supply chain? Okay, super guys. Good to see. So we have a patient of, after ordering any food or anything, in Amazon or something, checking out whether it's been cooked, it's been delivered, this guy is in security desk. We have the mentality of tracking the orders, right? So this was the status of all the order. Last location was US Canal for about a week long, even more than a week. It happened post-COVID, 2021, around February 23rd, because of Suez Canal, hit by a heavy traffic. I know people in Bangalore, you already familiarized with the traffic, right? So this is the very worst traffic ever seen by the world, because the entire traffic of supply chain industry of the world has been hung for more than a week time. Because, Evergreen, Ever Given ship, it was like 400-meter long and 50-meter height ship was stuck, and it hung the entire Suez Canal transports. Because if for a ship to reach east to west, it will take 10 more days to reach the destinations if Suez Canal was not the option. So everybody prefer that. If you see this slide, it was the second day. It was around like 200 plus vessels were already hung up. So it was more than 400 vessels, and then, I was there in the field because we've been called out for a warehouse room to understand what is the supply chain impact. What is my impact? What is the source, raw materials or medical devices or medicines have been hung up in various parts of the world, because we already committed for the delivery and there is a demand, right? When we couldn't able to fulfill the demand, how it worked, right? The best example would be in our afternoon, we all demand for food. If there is no supply of food, then you all know what's going to happen, right? So that's how the entire industry is working. So, it took actually a week time to put back the couple into the ship into the normal spot and then take it forward. So I'm here to talk about how the entire complexity involved in the supply chain can be solved if you have a right strategies of data. How it can help you guys to envision a reliable supply chain systems. So myself, Ganesh Kaliyappan, been in the industry for past 18 years, solving various business problems by providing the data services. But 5 years back, I got this beautiful opportunity to expose myself into supply chain. So let me tell you guys, how you guys can able to solve this problem. Supply chain is nothing but taking the supplier raw materials, putting it in the shape of products that you can able to like, ensure the quality, and ship it to you. Make the demand of the customer becomes happy. So our aim is not only make the customer happy, but the entire supply chain has to become happy, so that we all feel happy, right? You all realize that whenever there is a, demand for an onion, let's say onion price goes very heavy. You eventually see that omelette prices will get eventually increased, but over a period of time, onion price will come down. But have you ever seen that omelette price have been reduced by so-and-so because onion has reduced? Because if we disturb the entire supply chain, we are going to pay for it. This is a simple supply chain system. This is another version of the complex supply chain, how it involves, because it's not only one raw material received from one vendor. It has a multiple handshakes happening. And then it has various countries involved. We need to bring the raw material right, because the picture is complex because the supply chain itself is a complex, because there is multiple parties, multiple systems has to handshake and talk each other. So that's how the entire supply chain has a very complex of it in the nature. Every industry outside there, right, who provide not only the services but any product has a supply chain network in their company. So you can name any companies. They have a very focused supply chain organizations within them to fulfill the supply, to meet the demand with the supply. So the data in the supply chain is key, because data is one of the core challenges in the supply chain management. Every day, millions of data, IoT, transaction, handshakes. So everything is happening across the globe in playing with the data of the products. Is it in a raw material safe? Is it a finished good safe? Is it in transport? Is it in a FedEx courier? Is it handshaked? Do we get a bill back? So it has a very vast variety of data in the entire supply chain, because every financial results of any company has an impact of supply chain. What is my revenue? What is my sales order? What is my inventory level? Did I make profit? Did I overbid my competitor or the market expectation? So it's all because of the supply chain, So it helps us more accurate planning, better risk management, more visibility, and ability to make an informed decision. Okay, so supply chain has various system of records inside. There is a transportation management, there is a supply management, there is a order management inside, and it has various enterprise tools inside, like SAP, Salesforce, all the transportations, vendors, FedEx, lot of complex system, and it plays with different types of data, on its own. So we will take transactional data, master data, reference data, because it has the 90% coverage of the entire data, which is structured and semi-structured for this course. Because we do have PDF, media files, but I'll just skip it because we are yet to get into that. So data silos. That's a key problem with the data in a supply chain. Because we all know, right, like everybody cooks the granny's birthday, the granny's favorite biryani. Because grandma is liking the biryani, everybody prepares the biryani on their own. We all like the biryanis, right? But it's a different style. People spend the energies. Maybe it is good for that grandmas, but it's not for the company. So there are a lot of different varieties of data silos are happening. If you go and talk any team in the organization, they will say, hey, I'm very good at, like, I can create my forecast with the available data sources. I can create my dashboards with, whatever the numbers that I have a greater visibility. But if you look at from a COO level or CEO level, the data has a various diverse nature of the KPIs. It's a major problem for many industries. Visibility, transparency, data accuracy, so flawed forecastings, and more importantly, the human errors I have seen in the supply chain, because when we create a data in one system, the entire system has to take it forward. We need to create a proper governance of who create the data, where the data has to go in across the supply chain. But every system are not handshaking in a proper way, because they need to take care of their immediate operations. So we see the multiple version of the same data residing. So there are 4 key challenges that I present here. Because of the poor data handling, we are lacking the vision. Because when we plan an end-to-end supply chain, right, we need to have an end-to-end visibility. What is my demand? Where am I supplying? who is supplying the data. So that end-to-end visibility is flawed up because of all the data challenges that we deal with. And volatility in the customer demands, because you might be creating or putting all your efforts in producing one product, but the customer is liking a different product. Altogether, there is another product altogether emerge in the market, and they focus on that particular product. So that's a volatility of a customer demand happening. And we are unable to provide an omni-channel experience to the customers because of that. And nowadays, right, Trump tariff has been employed. So it's a geopolitical tension altogether. Whether you create local to local or global to local, or you keep the current manufacturing industry at this place, it has the various complexity involved. So these are all the key challenges that currently supply chain is facing. So I now present top 6 supply chain planning systems used in the current world. What are the 6? In-house, every company is now investing their money, efforts in terms of producing in-house forecasting or planning systems. Blue Yonder, E2 Open, SAP IPO, SAP APO systems. I think it's going to get deprecated soon. So these are the major 6. You know what? I forgot one. Do you know what is the top number 1 planning systems used in the current world? Correct. You are correct. That's the spreadsheets. Because we are talking about so much advanced generative AI, agentic AI, and so much. But if you go and look at the factories or the factory lane, production lane, they still use the Excel sheet for their regular production. Okay, what am I going to do it today? I have an Excel. Hey, what you want a KPI? Let me present you from copy paste from an Excel, and I will present it to you. That's the fact and reality. This is not done by me, but it's by a McKinsey. Okay. So if you don't have a proper data management, obviously your operationals will get for tasks. You will spend more, you will not yield result. Customer will get dissatisfied because he didn't get an order on the committed date, because you may not able to produce on the right day because you don't have a data. So like that it will go. So you will obviously, a company as a whole, you will miss the opportunities because you are focusing in a different direction, because you didn't manage the data or you didn't forecast it well, right? Even if you run a small petty shop, right, you should know what are your customer, what is they are liking. Are they liking vada? Are they liking this green chutney or red chutney? That is how you need to know well about your customer, or else you might be producing more or spending more, but you will not able to fulfill the customer thirst. Obviously, you will end up in regulatory compliance issues, because the tariff of Trump will impact the world, guys. That's why I'm telling again and again, because now you guys are seeing it is disturbing the entire economy at whole scale, because when you imply the tax, the entire supply chain will get disturbed, and obviously the omelette story that you know. So now, let me tell you a simple data strategies that every organization need to follow. Right, you should have a strategy, because Dhoni will have a strategy on every game. If you see the movie of Bahubali, even though Kalakaya army is very big, but if you have a right strategy from the Mahismati, you go and attack only the king, not with any other majority of the powered soldiers, you can able to achieve victory. So these are the 4 simple strategies. What are these? Okay. First, integrate the entire end-to-end supply chain data into cloud. Be it a unified data warehouse, data lake house, or whatever that may be. First, the entire data used in your supply chain network has to be connected and kept on spot. Whatever may be, right? At first, you might see a lot of duplications. You have to improve, and finally, you have to make it as a star standard, what is the right method. But the entire data has to be kept integrated end-to-end at unified data lakehouse. That's the first strategy, number 1. When you get a customer requirement, you have to ask, where are you? Are you getting in your local system, or it is coming from a cloud? So next, build an integrated business data model. What is this integrated business data model, right? Business data models, be it a supply planning, demand planning, inventory, or manufacturing. So entire data need to be connected each other in the data level. So if you know the inventory level already in the market, then only you can able to plan well in your demand planning. If you plan well in the demand planning, you can able to meet the supply planning well. So all these subordinate subdomains of the supply chain need to be connected. So that can be achieved only if you can make the integrated business data model in your company. Third one, obviously, you are playing with a lot of compliance data. You need to establish a proper data governance, because when you deal with particular business, particular legal entity, you have to ensure the proper governance, who can able to get what level of access, and things like that need to be taken care. Third and importance, governance. And fourth, you have to empower your business with your data. Whatever you created so much, right, integrated business data model, you should not hide from the business. Finally, let them play with the Excel sheet will not help you. So you have to empower your business with the data that you created and integrated and kept it on space. These are the 4 simple strategies, yet powerful strategies. Every organization struggling to meeting this demand, these 4 simple strategies can help them to get a proper visibility. Let me tell you, put it in an architecture diagram, right? How you can able to create this type of integrated data models and empower the business user, right? First, we all know, star schema, snowflake schema, that's where we parked all our data. So this is the medallion architecture is evolving. It is helping in very advanced cloud technologies, be it Snowflake or Databricks or Synapse Analytics or whatever the cloud databases. You have to create medallion type of architecture to keep the data pulled out from various system of records without impacting the business layer, and then you create still an aggregated integrated model at silver layer, and obviously you create your forecasted output, AML output, generative AI results in the gold layer. And then you can create equally, parallelly create different data sets for different, let's say, customer, supply chain, finance. So entire data can be created in parallel. The integrations can be possible by following a data vault model, where we have the satellites, hub, and the links. Because when you deploy a change, right, in a normal star schema, you have to have a proper CI/CD. But we can't able to control the entire organization. So that's where this data vault model help you without impacting anybody else. You can still have a closed loop of people can create and deploy without making much trouble in the production deployment phase. And the GrabDB. GrabDB will definitely help in the supply chain, because where GrabDB have a capacity of tapping the relations between multiple peoples, right? Like multiple people. I know her and she know him, and so like that. If there is an impact happen in the entire supply chain, for example, somebody had created an defect products, or there is a supplier who didn't meet the qualified results, you come to know after a period of time. If you have maintained this kind of relationship, you can clearly carve out without impacting your entire organization impact from any major risk and compliance perspective. And obviously, the data mesh is another bigger shift we follow in Philips, where every team, finance or supply chain or product teams can create and own their data assets, and they continually empower to publish their data assets as a gold standards. And obviously, data fabric, it's coming up for the upcoming industries. I highly recommend, instead of going for the data mesh and the complex, if it's you are a very startups kind of environment, go for data fabric, because you don't need to shift the data fully, where you can make a real-time insights and the decisions wherever the data residing. So that's how the data architectures will help you to achieve the data strategies, guys. So let me tell you one case study, right? Like, hey, Ganesh, like you are talking so much, but is it really possible? Like, if I know the data, what is the difference it will gonna help you? So this was the situation in the computer laptop manufacturing industries. Very, many times, because people create laptops from, I think, 6 or 7 major manufacturing is that this particular manufacturer really looked at how the customer is ordering the product. We get a finished products from the inventory. Finished products we will get closer to the customers, and customer orders through various part of the channels, be it Best Buy, be it Amazon, be it Walmart, whatever the store, we ship to the order. Finally, we spend a lot of time in producing the inventory, but we couldn't able to sell much because we already created a finished goods. So this company invested a lot of time in understanding the customer behavior, and then come up with the strategy of, okay, why I need to create a finished good inventory? Can I create a component inventory and let me get a customized order from the customers? It happened around like 2024 onwards. They were a major number one customers, number one company for about 14 years before they changed the strategy. But they get the customized order, and from the component inventory, they produced an assembled product for the customer. So they were able to, run entire business with very low inventory. Inventory is cost to the company. Inventory is very heavy because, for example, in my industry, for an MRI to be produced, we should use a magnet. Magnet will take millions of rupees. If you don't have the order, if you keep the inventory of magnets, then it's going to put the company on the task. So the inventory cost is very heavier because without knowing there is a demand and you producing a finished goods, it will not yield value to you. So that's how they have used the segmented approach, customer-centric priorities, and obviously they run the entire company with almost low or zero inventory levels. So I'll let you guys to think what is the company would be. Okay, the future of data supply chain. I put it in a three segments because top line is taking already very faster adaptability. Integrated AI and analytics. There are analytics, demand forecasting, demand sensing, supply forecasting, smart safety. So lot of analytics scope is there for you guys to put your hands dirty into the AI ML products. This is the field that you guys really can able to apply whatever you learned in this last 3 days of the workshop, because that's getting a lot of scope for you guys to put your hands dirty and create impact in this business. IoT is a industry 4.0. Nowadays, every company is adapting to the industry 4.0, touchless manufacturing and all the things. Supply chain control towers. So people are adapting to see, okay, at the centrally, can I have a control tower? Can I move the levers to see, okay, inventory, or creating a newer ways of, seamless production unit or closed by distribution center. All the use cases are happening with the supply chain control tower being created. Digital twin of supply chain. So this is another beautiful way as you create the entire digital copy of the supply chain by tapping entire data. If you have everything, you can create a digital mirror so that you can scenario-based approach, or maybe you can put different strategy of transportation methodology. How are you going to get benefited, or are you going to get more cost? So all these things the digital twin is helping. Obviously, Gen AI, Agentic AI, there is a very hell lot of opportunities for you guys to put your hands dirty. Hyper automation, because touchless supply chain, touchless manufacturing, it's been adopted in many manufacturing units outside the world. Immense experience, edge ecosystem, blockchain technologies are also, there is a long scope, but to be, go to that. So benefits of data-driven, obviously overall cost will get reduced, customer trust, we can optimize the supply chain, innovate the supply chain, efficient inventory, we can reduce the overall risk. So if you have a proper data-driven culture in the supply chain, you can achieve all these things. So we all know we have very advanced level of technology, but if you play with the dirty data or poor data, it's going to corrupt your entire system, right? Because you are very good at technology, but if you don't have a discipline of managing the data or using the proper data, or if you're taking a wrong decision, simply believing the data, you're going to pay for it. That's why I'm telling everybody, don't let the imperfect data be the enemy of good digitization. The future belongs to the data-powered engine, where data does not only guide, but it powers the entire supply chain. Thanks, team. Thanks, everyone, for giving me the opportunity. I would really love to thank everyone, especially the Mlds team, for giving me the opportunity and really poking all the young minds out there. This is my LinkedIn. You can connect with me anytime. If you have further question, I will be available after this session. You can talk to me. Thanks, everyone. Hope you guys now get the ignite of using the technology in the right spot. Thanks.
We are open to questions now as well. If anyone
if you have some questions, if you have time.
Hello. So like you said about the laptop company that is customizing the orders based on the customer's demand, but isn't it just possible maybe for that company only? Because we know that in the factories the products are made in like bulk. So making one product, wouldn't it be costly than making like 100 products of the same type?
Correct, good question. Your good name?
Ayush.
Ayush. Hey, that's a good question. So he's telling that, hey, why every company need to produce millions or many more products without any demand? That's the question, right?
No, I mean inventory policy should be in check, but customizing every order wouldn't it be very costly?
Correct. So nowadays, if you look at, it's happening in the textile industry also, right? Everything, even for the food industry also it's happened. Like earlier, it was a plain biryani, or now they are asking you what level of spicy level pizza. So the customization, because you have to somehow poke the customer, because he will just go and see different, a same pattern of products, he will not able to come for you. So if you give them to play around with, digitizing, or let him choose the product that he want, he will definitely go and like you. So that's the thing. It's not only happening in computer industry, but it's happening every across. But you cannot able to go 100% into that. I understand, because how can you run a retail shop, right, without knowing that what type of. So there is a different level of customer study that we do. Okay, what type of product is selling it? What is the age category? What is that geographic category? What is the financial category of the people? So that I can create a customized product and keep it ready for him in the retail shop. That's what we do, like Target do, Best Buy do. Every company is doing little bit of customizations. You may not able to see. If you go for any, even Vasant & Co, right, like any company, you have a customized product, even it comes from LG. If you order something in LG, that's a different level. But for any customer, there is a little bit of negotiation and customization is happening.
And when we will get this option in Philips products?
Yeah, obviously we are doing it, because we are the company have like different, when we create a supply chain architecture itself, right, we do that study, because we cannot go and produce one type of products for everybody. We study the customer behavior, what is the medium range, lower population range, and the premium range. So that's how the entire structuring, supply chain architecture is happening. So product designing by focusing the supply chain architecture is happening across the industry.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hi, this is Rakesh here. When we are talking about the data here for the supply chain, so take an organization who has a lot of data over past years, but the data source is not one. As we have seen, there are multiple data sources, and mostly still the teams are relying on spreadsheets to do their planning. What would you suggest that how can we have one true source of data where our analytics model can work upon?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's the pain of the entire industry, because everybody, raise their hands because they acknowledge the data that they play with. That's how we recommend to have a proper governance, and the CDO has to be, Chief Data Officer has to stamp and star quality data, who can able to create what type of data. That kind of a proper governance need to be created. Even, let's say, a product, who can own the product, who can able to create the product, who can able to update the data, who can able to delete the data, that kind of governance that we need to create. Hope I answered your question. Your good name? Rakesh. Thanks.
Counter
Rakesh.
question to that is,
Yep.
What if it's not the case? I know that
Yep.
it's the best case that we should follow, but what you have done in the previous cases where there was not one source of data, so how did you get it at one place? How did you play around with it?
Correct, because this was the case that we play every day, because when we see a multiple variation of the same data, we go and study the data life cycle. Who created the first point of data, how the transfer happened, and let's stop the updates happening over the data life cycle. So that's how you can able to approach it. Yep. Thank you. I think it's the
Ganesh.
time. I can take the questions offline. Thanks, team. Yep.
Ganesh, if it's okay, you can answer.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, we have like 5 more minutes.
Thanks. You remind me like when it's
Definitely.
Sorry, just a small two-part question. With respect to the use of either traditional AI or generative AI, are you seeing benefits on reduction of, let's say, things like bullwhip effect at the lower downstream levels versus at the upper manufacturing layers? Is there significant advantage that has come in with the advancement of technology? And the second question is, you mentioned blockchain towards the end, right? Are you seeing significant adoption? And if not, what do you see is the reason why blockchain is not getting used as much in the modernization as
Okay.
such?
So your first question is about the generative AI.
Bullwhip effect, basically, is it getting resolved now? Basically the point of, as you go further upstream, the forecasting error continues to build up, and therefore you either have large shortages or large inventory pileups. Is that getting resolved with the advancement in modernizations?
Yeah, what we have experienced is like the adoption of AI/ML will be beneficial when we have a proper data. So we were just focusing on putting the proper foundation into the place so that you guys can able to play on top of it. Obviously, we have, intermediate range. We are creating a, much accurate forecast level with knowing that all the factors outside, customer behavior, promotions impact, scenario-based changes. So all the things taken into account, but we are still in a state of matured adoption to the AI, generative AI technologies, right? We are yet to achieve that. Your second question is the blockchain. Blockchain will help us to carve out the material management because the material, the graph DB, I said, right? So that is a proper use case adoption of blockchain technology. That the one of the use cases that we are trying to adapt. But that's what I have listed at 3 level. We are not there in full adoption of the blockchain. But I'm seeing the same trend is happening. Maybe we will be there in a few years, but we are not there yet. But the AI, agentic AI is picking, gears now.
Hello.
Yep.
So myself Bala. So I'm from Dell Supply Chain Data Architecture team.
Hey Bala, yeah, you know
Yeah.
the use case more.
Yeah. So I was able to relate most of the things what you talked about because I am from the data lakehouse team. So what we are doing from Dell perspective is actually we are building a data mesh and then we are building via data products, right? When you talk about data products, we have a clear ownership of the data.
Correct.
Also in your slide, you mentioned about the data fabric movement, right? From the mesh to the data fabric movement. So can you tell what difference actually our Dell can get it when we move data from mesh to fabric?
Yeah, so data mesh, after that, if you can apply the fabric, because what we see is like, right, there is a lot of efforts happening or the data loss is happening in moving the data, but you need to take a real-time, action in the floor. So that's where the fabric can help you. If you have data localized to you, let's say in the factory level, for them to take a real-time insights without moving the data, like a data virtualization technology or whatever that, right? You don't need to spend, transform the data, or you don't need to wait for a CDM to be deployed. Somebody need to approve, but the data can create wherever it is, but you need to take some decision over there and move forward, right? That if you create a fabric of whatever the data sources or the data reside, let it reside right there, but you need to keep continuing. So that's where the data fabric can help you.
What we have done is we have done the same virtualization layer, but we have done on top of the mesh. Because the mesh is taking the data,
correct,
and then on top of the mesh, actually, we have deployed the visualization layer, right? So even without duplicating the data, actually through visualization, actually we are achieving the same things what Fabric is doing. So I wanted to know whether we will be getting any cost benefits when we move to Fabric.
Correct, because not all the data are there, right, and are matured. So probably I will connect with you after the call. So we'll get talk more. It's good to that to know you, Bala, and you are the first guy seeing that my case study directly from your company. Yeah. Thank you everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Ganesh. If you have any more questions, you can connect with him outside the hall.
Okay, let me remove the mic. And
sure, no problem.
Check. We'll move on to the last session for the day. Up next, we have Dr. Sriram K. Vasudevan, Lead Technical APJ at Intel, a technology leader with over 17 years of experience in both industry and academia. He's a TEDx speaker, an ACM Distinguished Speaker, and a recognized AI voice on LinkedIn with a following of over 50K. In this session, Explore OPA, he'll introduce Intel's open ecosystem platform for Gen AI, empowering enterprises to develop and deploy secure, scalable, and cost-efficient solutions. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Sriram Vasudevan to the stage.
All right. Good evening, everybody. How many of you have heard of the term OPIA? Anybody here in this hall? Great, my job is easy. I hope that I'll be able to give you some new information here. So thank you very much for the introduction. I always have a slide about me. So she read it for me. So I'm not going to repeat it. But I have a YouTube channel where you can scan and become a subscriber for me. I'll be happy that way. All right. So what is this session going to be all about? Is it going to be deep dive, technical, mathematical session? No. It's going to be moderately technical, where I will introduce you with OPIA, which is by Linux Foundation. Intel is contributing a lot to it. Along with Intel, there are so many other companies which have come forward to really put their hands there to make things really easy for all of us. We are going to get AI and Gen AI much more easier, much more affordable, much more streamlined, much more with proper guidelines. Currently, it's all the problems, right? So I will walk you through the process. I will talk about what are all the things that OPIA can offer you. Most importantly, where you can start working with OPIA. Do I really have to do something great to jump into OPIA? Nothing that way. It's going to be really very simple. You guys can go to GitHub, start pulling things. OPIA website itself is very nicely framed, and you can start pulling out examples. There are a lot of examples that you can really go ahead and start testing out locally whenever you get time, and that way you can become a contributor as well, right? So we are going to discuss that. I'm yet to expand OPIA. OPIA is Open Platform for Enterprise AI. Open Platform for Enterprise AI. That's all. I made it simple, right? I hope all of you can hear me. Last row. I have a sore throat, so maybe if I'm not able to be heard there, I request you to come to the front rows. All right. So I'll give you a quick overview. The agenda is going to be simple. Then I'll talk about the value proposition that OPIA brings you on the table. Then I'll go ahead with why OPIA at this point in time. Do we really have a necessity? Whenever we get something new, we cannot really jump onto it unless we know that that's real needed by that point in time. So we will discuss that, and followed by that, I'm going to show you a couple of quick examples. I've got demos ready. Of course, video recorded here. I cannot set it up and run. I'll show you that demos, and you'll be able to understand how much powerful OPIA can be for you, right? And it supports every different vertical that you are imagining, you are working with. It's going to be for not just for one particular domain. It's not just for data analytics, not just for deep learning, computer vision. It's going to be for more, right? So that way, you will get a lot of opportunity to go ahead and understand that. Open Platform for Enterprise AI. All right, so what is it, sir? Very simple. It's an open platform project. The term says it's an open platform project, which means that there is no proprietary lock-in. It's going to be very good for all of us, right? You do not have to bother about the proprietary lock-in, all those issues. It's not there. So an open platform project that enables composable and configurable generative AI cloud native solutions with multi-partner components. That's again is the best feature I would like to highlight here. It's not just built by one company. I'll show you the list of contributors to it, list of partners to OPIA. You can become a partner, you can be part of it, and that's what we all expect. When everybody comes together, I think we can make a change there. So it's going to get you multi-partner components from across the solution ecosystem. The ecosystem is actually cluttered today. The GenAI ecosystem is not really the way it has to be. So we need a lot of changes there. By coming together with OPIA, I think we can really make changes. All right. So what are the values that OPIA brings you on the table? The quick value proposition. I'm not going to take much time in this slide, but I'll quickly walk you through. First one is you can unlock the value from the data with the GenAI, LLM, RAG, whatever you are working on. It's going to be easy for you now because the blueprints are available. There are many things available. Go pick it up, start using it. If you want only 50% of it, 40% of it, you are free to use only from that portion, and you can still utilize it. You want to contribute, you can contribute. That's going to make you generate value. You can find the value so easily from the data. Second, it reduces the complexity of the fragmented ecosystem. I'll talk more about the fragmented ecosystem when it comes to GenAI. It's really not very easy with GenAI. We all know that, right? We are talking about it left, right, top, center, but GenAI is not easy at this point in time. That too, when you want to scale the solutions, it's going to be really tough. There are multiple challenges that will come and cling onto your shoulder. So it's going to be difficult. And also, most importantly, it's widely accepted already. I'll show you the list of contributors. It's widely accepted. That way, it has already ignited the collaborative approach to bring together and to get a lot of very good solutions. It is efficient. It can help you using the existing infrastructure, while it can also help you seamlessly scale further as well. You want new hardware to be gotten into the picture? Yes, that's possible. And it's open, no vendor lock-in. I already said this point, I believe.
It's no vendor lock-in, so no problem at all. It's ubiquitous. It can run in the cloud, data center, your PC, wherever you want, utilize it. There are case studies, there are samples, blueprints. Go ahead, pick it up whichever you want, and you can run it at your PC, at the cloud, at the data center, as you wish. And most importantly, it's trusted. The range of companies which have come in into Opia will make you trust and will make you feel that, yes, this is a safe place for us. It ensures that we have got the transparency, the responsibility, and most importantly, the traceability. We are more diving into the explainable AI nature, right? I mean, we are all appreciating that it to be explainable. So Opia has got a lot of those kind of stuff which is going to increase the trust that people can post back on AI. That's one thing that we all have to develop being an AI developers. And finally, it's very easy to scale. We have been talking about it. And again, this session is going to ignite the thought about Opia, because when I asked the question, how many of you have heard of it? I got really a not as the reply, right? So that's a big whoa. If you can go back and start analyzing what is Opia, how can I really work on it, that's the success for this session, which I can loudly say. I'll also give you our email ID and details, so whenever you are in any trouble, you can let us know. We'll be able to walk you through any further, right? Because Intel is very actively involved along with the Linux Foundation to get things better, right? All right. You will definitely agree to this point. If there is any non-agreement to this particular point, let me know. We'll take it offline. Gen AI has exploded in the recent past. Maybe 1.5 years, 2 years maximum. I've been in the market for around 18 years now. So last 2 years have been superb for all of us. It's so exciting, at the same time so challenging too. Gen AI has exploded is the right word I can use here. And out of nowhere it has come. It has given us a lot of opportunities, superb opportunities, thrilling opportunities. And we can now innovate and do things better than how we were doing it early, just with Gen AI support. But as it is new tech, as it's still growing, enterprises are still in a problem, still finding it difficult how to realize the value. So that's one thing that Opia brings you on the table. This is exactly what Opia can do for you. Gen AI is emerging rapidly, but enterprises are struggling to realize the Gen AI value, which Opia can make you understand, which Opia can make you realize. Your customers can find that, yes, there are values, and that too, it's going to be faster. Most important point, we take a lot of time from the data stage to the final output and to deploy it in the enterprise stage, right? Now everything is packed up and it's all available for you as modules which you can pick up and start working on. You visit the OPS website, you'll be stunned, right? Only problem or only a flaw or setback that I could see is not enough people know about it. And that's why we chose this topic over Intel's proprietary components topic today. So we were very interested to talk about AIPC, which we have a booth for. So I trust you guys can really visit over there and to learn about it. But this is the platform where we can open up Opia. And that's the reason we chose this time to discuss Opia. And Gartner is a very famous guy among all of us, right? So what are the barriers that you really have when you start implementing or when you start thinking about a Gen AI implementation? The first and the foremost problem is the technical implementation itself and the time that we take to get the value reflected. We need to show the value. Okay, I'm working on some project, I'm investing a lot of money, I'm investing a lot of efforts. So when will I get the value realized? Is it going to be realized by the customers or it's not going to be? That's the biggest question that enterprises have today. And that's highlighted by 28% of the people, and all the people Gartner has considered are all chief and top technical people with Gen AI companies. So this is the major point. Second very important point is the cost factor. Gen AI is really expensive. Thanks to DeepSeek, it's pulling down the cost and other things, which again is discussable. We can discuss that little later. But on the other side of it, Gen AI is definitely expensive. Right from the training that we need for ourselves, being a software engineer, to the training that we give to the machines and to the models, it's not easy. So we need to invest a lot of money, real lot of money goes into it. That's the second big barrier. The third barrier that we need to think about is the talent upgradation. We are all good engineers. We have developed a lot of things. We keep developing things, but Gen AI is evolving most rapidly than ever, and the skills need to be upgraded. These three are highlighted as most important point, while the fourth point that people have highlighted is very interesting too. It cannot be discounted. The governance, the last speaker when he was speaking, I think he used the word governance as well. So governance is a major, major constraint we all have, and it's a concern too. So all these are becoming the barriers, while other barriers include the investments, the funding, the time to test, time to market. All these are highlighted here. I can share the slides with you through AIM. We can go through it. So Gen AI is not going to be really easy. It's going to be tough, right? OPI is going to help you. That is what I said. I am still standing by that. Now we need to understand quickly what is the fragmented ecosystem that's posing huge challenge into Gen AI. We all have a very nice AI ecosystem as such, but when you come to Gen AI ecosystem, it's a little fragmented. When you talk about IoT ecosystem sometime back, it evolved very nicely. Like every technology, it took time to evolve. Now we are in a stage where Gen AI ecosystem is slightly fragmented and it needs some bit of attention from all of us, and OPA has enabled that. To quickly, concisely let you know what it is nothing but the lack of cohesion and integration within the ecosystem. We have got multiple tools. Every company is now having a tool. Every company is talking about a technique, the components, and they are really, really scattered. It's not one which is available. It's not oneness there which we can see. So the Gen AI ecosystem is totally fragmented, and the first and foremost point there I would like to highlight is the diverse and the incompatible tools. I'm developing something. Can I really use that tool which I use for developing here to develop something else from some other company? No, not really like that. It's not going to be that now. Second is the scattered ecosystems in the sense of hardware, software, workflow. All these operate in silos. So can we have a procedure? Can we have something that can really guide us through that? This is the uniform workflow that you need to go. I'll give you the blueprint. Go ahead, follow that solid dot. That's how it has to be. So that's not there right now. Complexity in choice. What do you mean by that, Sriram? Very simple. Currently, it's problem of plenty. We have got a lot of GPUs, a lot of NPUs are coming into market, accelerators are coming into market. Intel itself is releasing accelerators. We have got a lot of things. So which one to choose? Where will my model run? This kind of questions are coming under the category called the complexity in choice. So all these are making the ecosystem really fragmented. And finally, if you talk about the standardized workflows are not there. So these four, if I can take it as four different quadrants, is going to be troublesome. And they are posing us the challenges. And if you see the slide that I have put in front of you, we have challenges with respect to the ease of development and deployment in production. There are further points that are to be presented there. For the want of time, I'm not going in detail, in depth. I've got very limited time with me. Second is how sooner can we get the return on investment? This is one question that we all will ask. How many of you will agree to this point, or how many of you knew this already? I'm not really very sure. GPT 3.5 demanded 10,000 plus GPUs to be run consistently for 6 months to get it ready. It's a huge, huge investment. How many of us will be ready to do that? Really, really tough, right? If somebody comes and tells me that I need 10,000 GPUs, 6 months I need consistently, I need to make it run as well, I'll tell him that find out a different job. That's exactly things would have been. So it's really tough. It's not so easy for us to really go ahead and get things done. So the return on investment is becoming a question mark. It's tough. Though there is a very good pathway ahead, there are things which are green, it's still a challenge. And security related things that you need to think about, yes sir, we need to think about it very much. On-prem or virtual private network or end-to-end data security, whatever aspects you go with, it's a definite concern that we need to have. And finally, do we have any place where we can go ahead and refer end-to-end Gen AI use case support? I'm going to develop this particular use case. Do we have any place where I can go ahead and say that, Sriram, refer this place, you've got the complete guideline, complete blueprint available for you. Now, all these are considered, and that's what is going to be given by OPA to you. OPA has got everything. OPA has got end-to-end things which are available. I request you strongly to go ahead and spend some time, maybe about 10-15 minutes if you spend. I'm sure you will be able to understand what it is. I'm very sure, right? So ecosystem complexity, when you build enterprise to enterprise, end-to-end AI solutions, there are few other challenges that you need to think about as well. The first aspect is about the preparation of the data. The data is coming from different resources, and you need to manage data, create the data pipelines. It's not definitely easy. That's the first problem that we have. The second and the next problem that we have into the picture is the LLM part of it, building LLM. We need to generate and fine-tune LLMs using vertical specific data tailored for any particular industries at this point in time, but that's not so easy. We are getting into a phase where tailoring it is becoming very difficult as well. So we have got domain framework, model developers available to do it, and model aggregators are coming, the organizations are coming forward to do it, but still it's a huge challenge that we have. And finally, when you want to go ahead and deploy and productize solutions on the enterprise servers or services, we have got challenges. The involved parties could be like the global system integrators, or the OEMs, or the value-added resellers to the network system integrators. All these guys are there, but still it's not very concise. It's not very precise that we can have a cakewalk there and get the implementation done. So what is the ultimate goal here? The ultimate goal here is to deliver the AI solutions, Gen AI solutions, to the enterprise customers who can apply them to real world use cases. So all these three challenges plus the challenges and whatever stories I have told you few minutes back, all of them are finally coming to one point where our end target is all towards getting this going to the customer, end of the day. And they should be able to use it properly, the value, that's what I eventually mean as. So the OPI is going to get you the specification and components. We've got clear guidelines and very modular building blocks available, full use, and microservices are available. Most importantly, reference flows are available for you. And above all this, we have got evaluation and benchmarks also available for you, which you can use to understand, test, and see what have you done and how have you done it. Both are important, right? I mean, I need to know how exactly it is performing. So OPI will help you in doing it. This is where OPI comes with specifications, with real guidelines, reference flows, evaluation benchmarks, and whatnot. Everything is being given with OPI and all open, free, right? All right. This is the key framework or a quick overview of how exactly OPI looks like, what it can offer you. This is exactly what it gives you. We can call it as framework of composable building blocks. So we have got construction phase. We have got the phases differently mentioned here, where we are going to have the first phase where framework of composable building blocks are there. We can provide the modular reusable components that can be combined to build GenAI solutions. OPI provides you that. And importantly, it can be LLMs, it can be the data stores, it can be the prompt engines, all these are available. So the overall purpose of the first block that we have, foundation block I can call it as, is to enable the developers to build the AI systems more efficiently while reusing the existing setup. And when you want to upgrade or update, that should become easy as well. So the first block's purpose is very clear. When you go to the second one, this is what I said some time back, the blueprint of end-to-end workflows, E2E workflow, it's not available as much right now. You can find it one here and there, but it's not completely available in a place where you can go, dig deeper, take it up. So that's what OPI is going to provide you. It provides pre-designed workflows that can demonstrate how to implement specific GenAI use cases. You've got RAG applications, fantastic RAG applications are available. You've got agentic systems. The last session covered it up a little bit. I trust I was standing outside, could not listen much. And AI avatars. All these are simple examples that I'm telling you. We grade it. The grading part of it is very important. We have got a framework which has been approved, accredited by multiple organizations that are working on GenAI, and that framework will help you to evaluate and grade the performance, features, and most importantly, the reliability part of it also when you build a GenAI system. We can go ahead with performance metrics, the common metrics, as you all know, the accuracy, the latency, and the features. We can check the functionality and the capability offered by the GenAI solutions. And finally, last but not the least, the trustworthiness and the enterprise grade readiness. 90% of the solutions that we think about cannot be really productized or cannot be really implemented so easily. So the deployment part of it is always a challenge. And how do we verify it? How do we test it? Do we have a guideline? Yes, that's all provided by OPI as well. So finally, overall purpose is to simplify the development and streamline the production, ensure the enterprise grade quality. I repeat, it is not just quality, it is enterprise grade quality that OPI can help you to achieve. All right, what else is there, Sriram? Very simple. Do we have an architecture? When I make it as an architecture, which is more technical, it would be little tough at this shorter point of time. Whatever we have, I've got about 30 minutes totally. I think I have covered 15 minutes of it already. How many more minutes are there? Right. So instead of making it that way, I thought I can make it a building block where I can tell you what are all the things available, and that way, whomever is listening here will be able to understand what OPI is constructed with. OPI is constructed with three major components. One is the microservices. We all know what it is, but I'll quickly brief you on that. Second one is the mega service, and the third one is the gateway. Microservices are small independent services which can perform specific tasks. We are all aware of it. So for example, by breaking down the system into smaller, easy to handle system, it becomes more modular, it becomes more flexible, and scalability can also be ensured. So what are the tasks that can be done by it being a microservice? Very simple: embedding, retriever, re-ranking, guardrail stuff, data pipeline, LLMs, vector database, whatnot. All these can come nowadays as microservices. And when you talk about microservices, the next immediate point comes to you in the picture is mega service. I'll club a couple of microservices together which are relevant. I'll package it together as mega service, and I can offer services. So it's a combination of one or two microservices, and they can deliver end-to-end application. It's a higher level architectural construct which is composed with relevant microservices coming together, and it's packed that way. So unlike individual microservices which focuses on only specific tasks, this packed mega services can do multiple things. So when you want to achieve multiple things together, I think you will have to bring together the small microservices together, and you can make it mega service that way. So the purpose of it overall, when you talk about, it allows building the larger cohesive AI workflows, which Opia is enabling you to do. And finally, the gateway. Gateway, as we know, is the entry point for all incoming requests. The gateway serves as the interface for the users to access the mega service, providing customized access based on whatever request you have. Right, sir, I want to access the microservice, I'll be permitted. I want to access the mega service, I'll be permitted. I want to access the mega service which has got microservices inside, I'll be permitted. Who will take care of it? It's all taken care by the gateway. These three are the major components when you look into the Opia as a general architecture. It's going to be like microservice, mega service, and gateway. We have abstracted the complexity of the underlying infrastructure, and that makes things much easier here. So when you talk about gateway even a little better, it provides a seamless, user-friendly experience to interact with the mega service and underlying microservices as well. So that's the way Opia has been constructed. So overall, if you see, the Opia provides you with this architecture, it gives you the modularity, which we are all longing for. It gives you superb modularity. Each microservice can be independently updated. You can pull out any of the microservices that you want. You can use that alone if you want to. So it is super modular. Second, scalability. You can pull out the microservices and mega services, and that can be scaled based on the demand that you have in front of you. You can do that too. Flexibility, you can support various AI tasks combining the microservices and mega services together as well. So all these are there, and security, the gateway will ensure all those things. So I'm not going to talk about much detailed stuff there. Sriram, how far Opia has come in? What are the kind of blueprints that you have which we can access? I mean, you all can go ahead and access it right now, right? Somebody is angry on me? Outside? Yeah, great. So we have got different 22 end-to-end examples available, which can be tested, checked. We have got agent Q&A, audio Q&A, avatar chatbot, chat Q&A, whatnot. You can see end-to-end GenAI samples are available. What are all the things that would be available? You will have a detailed documentation. You will have the samples, the code, the blueprint, and they have tested it already, right? They would even suggest you can run this in the Intel Gaudi, you can run it in Xeon. That's the kind of inputs that they will give you, and that way it's going to be super easy for you to pick whichever you want and to run. Can I use it in my project? Of course, yes, that's the purpose, right? So we've got so many. Sriram, is it stopping there? Do we have only 22? No, we are releasing a lot of stuff. This is an update as on November 29th. By now, when I'm speaking, there could be few more which is added as well. So we have got releases happening very frequently, in fact, much faster than ever. Intel has been contributing so very well into this. So you can see that we have got E2E examples for GenAI. We have got new components added with respect to the Neo4j knowledge graph, OpenSearch Vector DB, and more functionalities infra-related have been added. And most importantly, right, benchmarking is a challenge with GenAI. So we have got a lot of things coming up in that sector as well. Currently, there are a lot as well. So you can go ahead and check it out. And all these are going to be really helpful. And if you need any support, any help, I'll drop my email ID at the end of it. You can reach us out. And all the duration, the complete duration, our booth will be available. So you can come out there and you can talk to us. So we'll be available for you to take any sort of inputs. Okay, so Opia, by numbers, we have got 612 GitHub followers. Currently, it's very limited number, but I wanted you to know where it is growing. We are just growing. We are starting, so you can all become a follower. We got 277 stars, 25,000 visits. Opia.dev is the website that you need to visit, and it's by Linux Foundation again. So 600 plus registered for Opia virtual events. The partners list, including you, in near future, it can be even more. So you guys can become partner for Opia. These are all the guys who are already there doing a great job with Opia. You can see all the top companies which are already into it, like the SAP, Intel, Canonical. You can see the service companies like Wipro. All these are there, and many companies have silently gotten into it, and they are already contributing to a great, great extent. If your company is there and if you are not aware of it, that means it's an info for you. But if not, you can also check it out if you can contribute by being partner. We've got a very strong roadmap available, and you can see that we are releasing features almost every month. Once in 2 months we are releasing it. Every month we are having meetings, regular meetups are happening. All these things are being directed and driven by Intel as well. So the features are consistently released, which is going to make OPR stronger only. This is the future, where we'll have every company coming together towards meeting the customer's expectation, bringing value, and most importantly, a technically viable, solid, testable things, verifiable things. That's to be done. Where will I get the code, Sriram? You can go to github.com/opia-project. You've got everything listed there. You can see that we have got GenA examples. You've got documentations available for evaluation, benchmarks, things are there. We have got governance related things getting added, and this is one GitHub link which gets updated quite often. We have got a lot of real good technical content. Even if you do not want to implement it, if you read the through, I trust you will get a lot of knowledge, and that way it's going to help you out. Got mailing list, go ahead, please subscribe. You get a lot of real good mails. It's not junk mails that you are getting, it's really good mails, so I'm part of it. And you can visit opia.dev to learn more. It's a real futuristic thing that is happening right now in the market, right? You can contribute by joining the project. You can contribute assets there. Assets, what I mean here is the codes, the docs, the use cases. You can even review. You can review and give us feedback. The contributors will be updated. So that way, OPIA is interesting, right? So I'm going to just show you one very simple example here. I'm not going to talk now, so I think I have done enough of talking for past half an hour. So I'll show you one example quickly, which is built with OPIA. It's a avatar audio chatbot. Just have a look at it. It's going to be very interesting. We have used PyTorch, and we have run it in Gaudi and Xeon.
We would first need to pick an audio question from the dropdown. Let us pick the second. What is the objective of the open platform for enterprise AI? How is it helpful to enterprises building AI solutions? On the right-hand side, we would also have 6 different selections for the AI avatar figure. Here, let us pick the center video. Let us also determine a deep learning model to use for lip synchronization and face animation. Here, let us pick the second model for simplicity and for shorter latency. Clicking the Submit button. The audio is ready first from the AI.
Platform for Enterprise AI is a collaborative initiative that aims to accelerate the adoption and development of artificial intelligence AI in enterprises. The Open Platform for Enterprise AI is a collaborative initiative that aims to accelerate the adoption and development of artificial intelligence AI in enterprises. It provides a standardized framework, tools, and resources to facilitate the integration of AI technologies into various business processes.
How's it? Nice, no? We've got all these kind of examples there which are working. You can repeat it, you can modify it, launch it as well. It's going to be fun. I'll show you one more quickly before I call it a day. I'm going to show you a very simple chat Q&A application. You do not require my explanation here. I'm just asking first what is OPIA. The answer is irrelevant. It's talking about the Oklahoma Public Employees Association, right? I'll go ahead, I'll do ragging there, RAG, and see the reply after some time. It's going to be very interesting. All these samples are available pretty much there with all guidelines and walkthrough procedures as well. That's the best part of it. Anybody who wants to know it, even newly, who is novice in all this, can also learn. So I'll rerun it right now, and I will get the reply as I want. I'm entering the same question, what is OPIA? We got it. What is the motivation and objective? List them. Very nice, right? So without further ado, I request you to go ahead and have a look at all this. And this is one thing I wanted you to see. This is the website of OPA. where you get everything very clearly. What is the overview? What is the purpose? What is the code link? Everything will be given. So whatever details I gave you, right? I'm inspired by that. That's all. I just added my masala and flavor to it. That's it. Rest all contents are there. You can refer it, you can understand it, you can read through it at your convenience, and you will gain even more interesting insights, right? So please have a look at it, and let me get to the final stage where the key takeaways are to be understood before I call it a day. It helps to integrate performant GenAI workflows and applications across enterprise systems and networks. Most importantly, it is practical to build GenAI RAG applications using Opia, Mega, microservices on Gaudi or Intel Xeon. We got a lot of samples available which are tested with Intel Xeon and Gaudi. You can have a look at it, and if you need any help there or assistance there in terms of understanding it or running it either, let us know. We'll be very happy to assist you. Using OPI is going to be very cost effective, it's going to be the future, and it's going to be very useful because every company is trusting it. It has got a framework end to end. I mean end to end. So you can follow the GitHub resources. There everything is available. Just follow that, you will get plethora of information. In fact, it's problem of plenty there. So much information is there. And go ahead and start. I mean, you may need some time to understand the workflow as well there, the structure as well there, but it's worth spending time. So this is traditional. I'll have to do it. I'll have to display the notices and disclaimers even if you read or you do not read. I'm done with it. And you can reach me out at my email ID, which I have flashed on screen. And I'm very active in LinkedIn, very active in YouTube. So you can ping me out there as well if you have any question. We've got a phenomenal setup there where we are demonstrating the power of AAPC, where NPU based, the neural processing unit based examples are being displayed. We've got our booth running fine, and we've got around 400 people visiting today at least to have the demonstration checked. I request you to visit tomorrow whenever you find some time, and you can even test it, right? With that note, I thank the entire team of organizers for having given us this opportunity. From Intel's perspective also, we thank you all. Thank you very much, and let's explore OPIA together, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Sriram. Any questions? Okay, there's one.
Yes. I'll take one by one. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Krishnendu.
Yeah, please sit. Sit, please.
Thanks. It was really great. So I just wanted to understand that you mentioned that it is recommended to use Gaudi or Xeon, but can I use it as a framework on any?
Yes, you can. You can. Because we are from Intel, we test it right away in our product. We have got,
Right.
So you can. See, it's open.
Right.
You cannot restrict it to one particular brand or one particular company. It can be run on anything. So there are results available with AMD as well.
Okay.
So you can do that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think I have to go by queue. I'll take his question, then I'll come to you.
Am I audible?
Hey, yeah.
Okay. So I have not explored much about Intel, and I have no idea about what Gaudi and other things
Right.
are. And I think most of the developers that come from big corporates, they are kind of in a box where they just know Azure or
Right.
GCP.
Hyperscalers,
So-
yeah.
Hyperscalers, so they are in that zone. So just to get an idea about a parallel of OPIA, or is there something that you can compare it with that already exists in the market?
No, every company is having its own way of frameworks and its own way of doing things as a parallel. But again, to your first question, Gaudi is our accelerator. Gaudi is called as our deep learning accelerator. We've got Gaudi 2 and Gaudi 3 in the market already. Gaudi 3 is super powerful. It can handle multimodal data like anything. It's very, very powerful. When your GPU cannot do something, if you feel that it's too hefty, go to Gaudi. If you want, you can reach me out. I'll give you more information on that. I can sell a Gaudi.
All right. I have one more question. So,
please.
Many partners are coming together to build OPIA.
Correct.
What specifically for Intel?
Right. Intel is pretty much interested because Intel wants to get into the open structure for GenAI as well. The open, I mean, it has to be the open framework for GenAI as well. Intel has been contributing to a lot of open sources in the past, and we have got strong interest. That's one thing. Second agenda that we have, which is direct, in fact, we've got results available with Gaudi, and we've got results available with Xeons. We've got results available to other accelerators as well. So people, when they see probably enterprise customers like you, they can buy it. End of the day, it could be a business for us as well. But the pure aim for us with OPIA is to go ahead and build a community very, very strong. And in India, we are really committed to make it really strong, and we are spending a lot of efforts and time in that.
Okay. My last question is, in the presentation you said that currently OPI is available on AWS, not on Azure or GCP at the moment.
No, it's generally available. You can run it on multiple hyperscalers as well. You need to go through it. So probably you can reach me out once I'm done with it. I can give you the details.
Okay.
I'll be in my booth.
Thank you, Sriram.
Right. Yeah.
Hi, Sriram.
Sorry, I pushed you to the last.
Yeah, thanks for the OPS.
Thank you for holding him back. I have one more person to sit in the hall.
Yeah, I just want to check, since it's a framework and it must be LLM agnostic, right? Any updation happening, we can adopt it and
Correct,
quickly.
correct.
So for that, if we are adapting for any enterprise scale solution and we get stuck with some issues, so who will be the point of
The
contact?
OPA community is readily available for you to assist, and in Intel we have got people to assist you. OPA community is very, very strong. You can reach out to the community. In the website itself, we have got strong details available there.
Okay, and one more question is, let's say if we want to contribute in particular verticals, like let's say LLM evaluation or something, so what is the process?
Become a member there, follow it up. There are email IDs available right there in the OPA community. Drop an email to us, we will respond immediately. Thank you. You have a question? Oh, okay. Right?
Yeah.
So I think it is done. Thank you very much for your presence, and I really enjoyed interacting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sriram, for that wonderful session.
Thank you.
Just one announcement.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
In Hall 1. Yeah. In Hall 1, there's a session happening, the last session for today. It's called GenAI and Ethics. It's conducted by Sridevi Vadapalli, Chief Data Scientist at Daimler Truck Innovation Center. So I would request you all to attend that if possible. And with that, we wrap up today's session in Hall 2 of MLDS 2025, India's biggest GenAI Summit for developers. Huge thanks to all of you for your energy and curiosity. Looking forward to the same for tomorrow. Please rest up, recharge, and be as excited as you are today. So thank you so much. This is Vanna Nair signing off.